Történésének kezdetén, sejhaj-ha-hó. Nem volt akkor gazdag és szegény, sejhaj-ha-hó. A földnek kérges népe mi vagyunk, tovább nyakunkon ülni nem hagyunk, sejhaj-ha-hó. Jó vezér hiány, vezérel minket Geyer Flórián, sejhaj-ha-hó. Rajta hát, szörvésben, vezér a parasztok rohamán, rajta hát, szörvésben, vezér a parasztok rohamán, sejhaj-ha-hó.
Yo! What's up, everybody? As you can see, I'm in an underground bunker anticipating nuclear war. Or, I'm a man on a mission. I'm on a different kind of mission. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen you guys. It's been like 20 years. It's been like 20 years. But wow, the MAGA Communism video, it hit 20k views. I'm cool with that. Now I'm cool with it. 20k views, I'm content. Now, that don't seem like a lot. But I'm content with it. I like it, you know. And if I'm at the point where it's like, if that video don't go viral, yeah, people are missing out. I don't give a fuck, right? I'm glad the community was able to feast. The community had a feast of morale. It boosted their morale, and that's all that matters to me. I don't care if it don't get 1 million views, because as far as I can see, that just means people are missing out. Now my camera is being weird. Come on, come on, stop being so dark. Yikes. Yikes, look how problematic my camera is. I'm like in a dark dungeon somewhere. Anyway, guys. This is actually bothering me. What's going on? Why is it being dark now? Hey, I'm back into the light. Look at me. Alright. So, guys, I've been having a great time. So, if you guys don't know where I am, I have to announce something. Now, I don't want anybody to actually fly here, because it's not worth it. And if anything, save your flight ticket money for next weekend, which is going to be in New York. That's where I'm going to be. But I came to Southern California to film some stuff with Jackson before I go to the New York conference. It's going to be like the opposite of the MAGA communism thing, because I'm going to be mainly going to libs. I'm going to be trolling libs at their lib college campuses. But I stopped by in San Diego for TwitchCon. And I'm not sure if I'm banned from TwitchCon. I don't think I'm banned from TwitchCon because there's going to be no streaming there. Plus, I've never given Twitch my real name. If I wore a mask, I'd just go there. But I don't know if I want to. What is there? What's at the fucking conference event? Nothing's there. Why would I want to go there, right? So I came to San Diego to visit some people. And then after this is done, I'm going to be going to Los Angeles. But I want to announce something. So if you're in the San Diego area, I'm okay, for real, no trolling. I'm considering doing a meetup tomorrow. An infrared meetup. If you're like a Twitch viewer, I guess, if you were one of the Twitch people, I might do like an IRL debate in front of TwitchCon. I don't know. I'll see. I have to know how much interest there is. But here's what's being announced. So tomorrow, it's going to start 12 a.m. tonight. 12 a.m. tonight it starts. So everybody's got to show up, and it's men only, okay? Everyone has to show up, and you have to show up at the Convention Center Park, okay, at 12 a.m. And we're going to have signs saying hashtag freehaws, all that kind of stuff. We're doing a massive protest of my ban at TwitchCon. So you have to show up, men only. And you also must have a beard. You must have a beard. And you can't look cringe, okay? You can't look cringe. So make of that what you will. You cannot look cringe. And then preferably everyone's shirtless for added intimidation factor. We're all going to carry these signs, and I'm announcing the 5-mile marathon march to freehaws. But it's only happening if we can get a minimum of 600 people. And we're going to be in militant, exact formation, side to side by side. And it's going to be arm to arm, like this, like locked in step, the solidarity kind of march. And what we're going to do is we're not going to walk, and we're not going to run. We're going to lightly jog. We're going to lightly jog with the freehaws signs and shit, and it's going to be the freehaws protest Twitch 5-mile marathon march. And it's happening tomorrow. And 600 people are supposedly going to show up. And it's going to swarm the entire... I mean, you know how San Diego is, like downtown San Diego, like in between the skyscrapers, it's going to be flooded with people. It's going to shut down the whole city. It's going to shut down the whole city. Traffic won't be able to get in and out. And it's all going to be to freehaws from Twitch because of that horrible decision they made to ban me. So it's going to be the freehaws march, okay? And also, I've noticed there's a lot of drama going on Twitch and stuff. And a lot of communities are in drama with each other and having actually, there's a lot of stuff we're going to react to today because it's going to be a lot of fun. Specifically, someone sent me something from Destiny stream. And him and our relevant said something interesting, which we're going to react to. It was like a 15-second thing. But yeah, we're going to basically we're coming from that angle. Right? That's basically what's going to go on. And we're going to be having the freehaws 5-mile marathon march. And it's going to shut down the whole city. And it's going to send a message to Twitch. You should and you better unban me. Because what a horrible decision to ban me. I mean, for what? What did I get banned for, right? Nothing. It's stupid. So that's happening. That's a real thing that's happening. It's starting tonight, and it's going to go on. And I say 5-mile march, but that's just the radius. The march is going to last about 36 hours, starting 12 a.m. tonight. Show up in the middle of the Convention Center Park. There's 600 people. And it's starting tonight at 12 a.m. There's going to be 600 people, and we're all going to be marching for 36 hours straight. No rest and no food or water. And we're taking over the whole city. That's what's going on. All right, so I'm announcing that. And it's going to be within the 5-mile radius of TwitchCon. So that's a real thing that's happening. That's a real thing that's happening. Now everybody's I know what happened with Kanye, all right? I already fucking announced it in my Telegram that I'm going to be reacting to that. but one at a time, because we have like a lot of stuff to react to. Now, what I think I'm going to do is the longest segment is probably going to be reacting to... I'm finally going to react to the Rev Left Radio podcast, apparently, because that is the complete destruction of MAGA communism, which was that podcast, apparently, right? So we're going to be doing that at the very end of the stream. And I actually think this stream is going to go on for quite a bit. I think it's going to go on quite a bit. Now, I need to ask, is the Tucker Kanye interview done? Because I'm not live reacting to it. I want to react to it from the beginning. I don't want to live react to it. I want to do it right from the top and right from the beginning. Another thing, am I going to meet up with Zerka? Yeah, probably tonight, because he's here now. He just got here. So yeah, I'll probably after the stream, yeah. But anyway,
Good morning, Revolution.
Oh my God, MJ, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, the Rev Left Radio podcast. We're going to be reacting to that at the end. And I want to say, okay, everyone's talking about Kanye. Jackson's in the chat talking about Kanye. And I have a lot to say about that. I have a lot to say about Kanye. And why I respect him so much. And why I think he's so fucking based and he's so cool. And we're going to be reacting to a lot of stuff. We're going to be reacting to his Instagram posts. And there's actual proof Kanye is a MAGA communist. I am 100% convinced Kanye is a communist of some kind. I'm convinced of that. I think he's a MAGA communist. Damn, someone typing that in the live stream. Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. So yeah, that's what's going on, okay? Now, we also have... So I'm gonna just take this slowly. I'm gonna just give you my thoughts first, and then we're gonna get it into a more organized format where we start responding to stuff, right? Reacting to stuff. So first and foremost, there were a lot of really fucking stupid things oh my God, like, okay, so I was thinking all the ways people are gonna cope about the MAGA communism video, and this was one of the ways, and it's just like, wow, this is another level of cope. I'm gonna show you a few of these, because they're like, just bafflingly fucking idiotic and fucking stupid, right? Okay, so check this out. Alright, so this is the, probably one of the most popular videos that the left is coping with from the MAGA communism video, right? Check this out. Check this out. This is actually pretty funny. So we're gonna go to internet right here. Check this out. It's actually pretty funny. Communism, the big money, the big businesses. LMFAO, he's laughing. So what's so funny? Let's see what's so funny about this. Check it out. Are creating a corporate socialism to make sure the little guy never gets any prosperity to challenge him.
Right.
But what do you think about this new idea, which a lot of, MAGA people are coming around to? Crazy. So a lot of people said that I was lying about this, that a lot of MAGA people are coming around to it. No, I'm not, you fucking idiot bitch. If you look at the comment section of my fucking live streams, you're gonna see nothing but people saying, hey, Haas, conservative MAGA guy here, you're really opening my eyes. Like, you see it all the fucking time. So yes, a lot of people are coming around. A lot of MAGA people are coming around to it. So don't fucking sit here and cope. And just because you're on fucking Twitter and you don't know any other corner of the internet and you don't know anything offline or anything like that, and you're just on fucking Twitter, and you're on a specific corner of Twitter where you're only fed and exposed to like a very small part of the picture, doesn't fucking mean that's all that exists in actual reality. So shut the fuck up with that dumb, stupid fucking cope. It's so pathetic, right? Because they were saying I lied about this. No, I didn't fucking lie about it. And then they were like, oh, why don't you take responsibility for the idea? Because had I not actually put the idea in motion first and got the ball rolling, I wouldn't even have done this interview. I'm not doing this interview to convince people of my idea. I'm doing it to get people's reaction to the fact that it has become a phenomenon, whether you like it or not. It was trending for like a fucking month. Everyone was reacting to it. And yes, there are plenty of MAGA people who are coming around to it and are openly interested in it. But they're calling it MAGA Communism to fight the corporate socialism. And everything I said was fucking factual. Again, yeah, I created it, but this is like 2 months later after if it's already become a fucking phenomenon and it's taken a life of its own that is by no means reducible to me. You think I control MAGA communism at this point? Yeah, I created it. I don't fucking control it. The community controls it now.
Like I said, that is what the left is saying. They make it up. They everything they say most of them are lies. And
but it seems like so okay. Her first reaction is like, okay, this is clearly a smear by the media or the left, and it, she doesn't believe it, right? LMFAO, let's continue. When people I talk to, it's more conservative, and it's not to have the government control everything, but it's to make sure the government steps in and tells Bill Gates, no, you can't buy our farmland, that's for farmers to grow food.
Well, Bill Gates is going to be caught for treason, and he'll have to give back our land.
So, despite the fact that her initial response to the word communism was negative, as soon as I brought up Bill Gates, she just said something that seems pretty communistic to me, or at least doesn't actually abide by the sacred principles of private property. She's saying Bill Gates, despite buying farmland with money and making it his private property, is going to have to give it back to we the people. Now, how is he going to give it back to we the people? That's already a common subject, okay? So it's like, so it's like that's actually the meat and potatoes of this encounter. But, I mean, there's so many layers to this idiotic fucking smug reaction leftists have that I have to break down. The first one being, even if it was true that, she just completely shut me down and there was no common ground we could find, which, I mean, it's inevitable, right? That is something that's going to happen, What would that prove? This was like one clip in a 20-minute video. If everyone's response was like that, okay. If half of everyone's response was like that, maybe you're talking. If the majority of people's response was like that, maybe you've got a point. If everyone's response was like that, I would concede to you. But the truth is, this is what makes it so stupid, the overwhelming majority of people that I interviewed, and I said this before the video was released, were curious. They had a positive response, and the most important thing is that they were curious. They were interested. They didn't understand what I was saying. How could they? There's such a thing as the need for political education. It's a necessary prerequisite for working class consciousness. I don't know if you fucking know this, but I'm going to keep repeating this a bunch of times, but I don't know if you know this, but class consciousness isn't when you're here and you're just fucking saying, okay, hey, do you already agree with communism? Yes or no? And then if they say no, you write them off. And that's not how it fucking works, okay? You actually have to work with people, try to like get them to see where you're coming from and create common ground, because there are misunderstandings that are inevitably going to arise because of the negative connotations the word communism has. And those negative connotations aren't just because of the Cold War, it's because the American left have completely fucking butchered it. So the fact that there's a misunderstanding about the word communism was never something we denied, all right? First of all, the bar is not every single MAGA person is going to be positively disposed to the use of the word communism. That's not where the bar left off, you fucking bitch. The bar left off when you said that if I went to a Trump rally and mentioned the word communism, that I would get punched, that I would get ridiculed, that I would get attacked, that I would get kicked or thrown out. That's where the fucking bar left off. So just disproving that was enough. But the fact is, the majority of people's responses were either indifferent, curious, or positive to the context in which I used the word communism. And this lady in particular, I mean, yeah, she didn't like the word communism and thought the left made it up. But guess what? She was otherwise in full agreement, or she herself said, we have to take Bill Gates' private property and distribute it to the people. I mean, like, I don't know what else you need to fucking hear, right? Oh, the word? Okay, well, I'm proving that there's no... See, look, if this woman was inherently an anti-communist, why would the first thing she says be Bill Gates has to give back the land to the people? I didn't make her fucking say that. She said that because she's not a dogmatic, capitalist or whatever you want to fucking say. Almost no one is, actually, when you think about it.
Yeah.
That will happen. And
land should be for Americans, not for money. The big...
Yeah. So I said for Americans and not for money, and she agreed. So I don't know what you're laughing at here, but I find it so immature to, be coming from that perspective. So if you talk to people and they don't immediately agree with you, if you go to talk to the working class and they don't immediately agree with you, what does that prove? It proves you need to keep talking, and you need to how do you think this shit fucking works? Is my question to these people. Like, how do you think this works? Do you think that this works where you're never going to get any pushback or criticism? No, because you're a fucking baby. Because when you're at fucking Thanksgiving and you're trying to argue, oh, I think communism's good, and your fucking boomer uncle is pushing back at you, you fucking get your panties in a bunch and you start crying and you start shedding tears of blood and screaming like an emotional, hysterical woman. And your heart is broken, and you're fucking breaking the table and shit like a fucking retard. And that's your response to everyone who disagrees with you. You can't handle disagreement. You're not confident enough in your fucking position to be able to say, okay, I hear where you're coming from. Let's try to have some common ground so you can see where I'm coming from. And maybe it'll be a misunderstanding if we can arrive at some common ground, right? That's how I am. When someone disagrees with me, I still try to do the best I can to probe if the disagreement's based in a misunderstanding rather than anything essential. I don't get my heart broken and start screaming and crying because someone's pushing back on what I'm saying or disagreeing with me. Thank you so much, Fern. Appreciate you, man.
Talked to a bunch of the drivers. Most were anti-Biden, and of them sounded like the people in this video, and were even open to MAGA communism when I talked to them like human beings. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, and the reason I believe you, Fern, is because I have the same experience. And I'm sure a lot of people have that same experience. All I did was record some of it. And there's going to be more where that comes from. So don't worry about that. But yeah, all I did was record it. We all have those experiences. It's all been proven to us that it is possible. It's just never been recorded. It's never been made official and irrefutable that it's actually a fact. So yeah, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Like, so many... let me show you the most hilarious responses, right? Look at this. There's someone in particular that I want to shed some light on, because this person is like a dedicated hater of infrared, and they have been for a long time. And they're one of the rad femmes. So I'm going to show you one of these rad femcells. And also Donald, oh, I forgot I'm on YouTube. I can't use that word. Donald, cigarette. Okay. This is one of my favorites. So this person is a dedicated infrared hater. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this person. So this is Julia Fox Stan, and they're a dedicated infrared hater because they're part of that femcel rad fem circle. Who, you know how like a lot of incels really hate Pokimane? I guess in our niche political community, that's how it is with regard to Haas. They're like the femcels who hate me, and by the way, I've seen open rhetoric about this before. Because let's face it, these are ugly people. They're ugly. These are ugly women. I'm sorry. The rad femmes, 99% of them are extremely ugly and unattractive. And then they see how, like, in my life and on stream, like, I don't give them the time of day. And these are not the type of women I associate myself with. And so there's a lot of resentment that they get from that, which they channel into some kind of ideology, and that's their justification. No, you're just ugly. I'm sorry, right? It's the same reason incels hate Pokemon or whatever, right? So that's the truth when it comes to that. By the way, I've seen that. I'm not going to, like, name names, but there's, like, on record, some of these rad femmes were openly complaining about, like, the type of women I would associate with on stream. Like, when I was on Twitch and shit. And they were like, oh, why doesn't Haas actually associate with communist women? And shut the fuck up, you ugly fucking... You know what I mean? Regardless, I'm kind of... So, this person in particular, though, her father was a kulak from Czechoslovakia, an anti-communist kulak from Czechoslovakia. And he's an anti-Russian, probably a Hitlerite of some kind. She comes from a Hitlerite family, more or less. And her whole MO has been that she knows real conservatives. And by the way, she lives in America, and she goes, Haz, you don't know real conservatives. Real conservatives hate Russia. Real conservatives hate your ideas. No, your father's not a fucking conservative. He's a fucking Hitlerite from Czechoslovakia. And he's a fucking immigrant in this country. He doesn't fucking represent the average fucking American conservatives. He's some European Hitlerite who came to this fucking country and brought his Hitlerite bullshit to this country. So shut the fuck up about you knowing real conservatives or whatever, because it's a fucking joke. I'm gonna lower my voice, because... Yeah, I'm not in... Oh my god, the Kanye interview apparently is, like, way too based. Apparently it's way too based, right? So, okay, I'm gonna read her tweet. I just gave you some background info on this person. So, believe it or not, Infrared has a very powerful intelligence department. We are in all of their group chats, all of their, like, little networks. They're in it with the Patsock Dems. Like, they're all together. You know when Kooky Carlos came out of nowhere and started attacking Samira and started attacking me? By the way, Samira is another factor in this. One of the other reasons the Radfems came on my back is because of my newfound association with Samira. And it's obviously based in this bitchy, you know, jealousy, this woman bullshit fucking bitchy jealousy, where all of these ugly hogs and disgusting, like, you know, Hitlerite spawn, and there's a pattern of that, right? The Hitlerite spawn from Eastern Europe who hate Russia, but call themselves Marxist-Leninist because, you know, there's some background in the communist states from, like, fucking 60 years ago. But now they're, like, open NATO, EU Hitlerite families that these people are coming from. They hate Samira so much because Samira was Miss New Jersey and she was, like, a fucking beauty queen or whatever. And there's so much, like, hatred and resentment that comes from that. Just that alone, right? So yeah. But let's read what the tweet actually says. So the tweet says, it's so funny how he genuinely thinks if he just jumbles up his word enough to these people that they'll agree with everything he says, but they still aren't buying it. So what I'm pointing out is that she's using the word in plural. She's saying they, as if this was, like, not an outlier, but the, like, as if this wasn't the exception but the norm of what was in my video. This was the exception, and the reason I included it is because I wanted to do justice to the range of responses that I did receive, and I didn't want to only show the thing that benefited my narrative. I wanted to also show that there's a range of responses here. You have to grow the fuck up and stop being such a pussy and realize not everyone is going to agree with you. Especially at a fucking Trump rally where you're trying to sell communism. Like, why the fuck would everyone agree with you there? Of course not everyone. It's going to be an uphill battle, if anything. I mean, if anything, it was like an extremely easy thing to do compared to what you would have expected. But the expectation and the bar that they're setting that there should be no disagreement from anyone whatsoever at a fucking Trump rally, that is just fucking baffling. So because one lady in my video objected to the, or I'm using too much words. She thought it was a made up by the left. So because one lady from a dozen or over a dozen actively pushed back, that means they aren't buying it. But like the problem is like 20,000-fold. In substance, she did buy it. She agreed that we should take back our farmland. When you phrase it that way, she would be for having public ownership of land and taking it away from Bill Gates, violating the inviolable sacred right to private property. So I'm pretty sure in substance she did agree, but she never came around to the word communism. I mean, why would she, right? Why would any of these people have done that, by the way? I think the most accurate response, I'll show it to you right now. The most accurate, so here's the thing, right? A lot of, I would say half of the people that I pitched the word to literally just said, yep, I'm all for it. You guys remember the part of the video where the guy was just like, yep, I think that's a great idea. You guys remember when the guy was like, yep, definitely, I think we need to all come together, don't listen to the media. You guys remember those other parts? But I think the most accurate one, though, I would say, was the guy who said, well, I don't know exactly what that means. And he was right. He doesn't know what it means because this is the first time he's hearing about it. And, he's not gonna... But here's the thing, right? Isn't it funny that the guy didn't say, oh, no, you're using the word communism? Fuck you and fuck that. No, he said, I don't know what that means. Which completely contradicts what these leftist pieces of shit predicted what would happen. They said I would just get shut down for using the word, and I didn't. Not one of my interviews was anyone hostile to me, rude or impolite or somehow not wanting to talk to me anymore because I used that word. Not one person. And most people honestly didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck about the use of the word. And the response is kind of like, well, if that's what communism means, sure, I'm for it. And then there's this other cope, which at least is a more accurate type of cope than this dumb bitch said, which was that, oh, Haas, you weren't saying anything specifically communist. You were just saying a bunch of vague populist-sounding words. Have you read the official statements? Have you read Xi Jinping's book about the development of socialism in China? Or sorry, the Xi Jinping's book. I forgot exactly what it's called. Have you read that? Have you read how Chinese leaders talk about socialism and talk about communism? There's a reason it's vague. Because communism isn't a specific type of society. It's an actual scientific relationship to the one that exists. And it's both an active scientific understanding and an active scientific practice in relation to the society that exists. So what I said sounds vague, but is it vague? Do we have a government that promotes common prosperity? It claims to. No one's denying that it claims to, but does it in actuality? No. So people, the criticism was like, a lot of people were saying, oh, Haas, you were basically telling people, oh, do you support good things rather than bad things? Well, the whole point of Marxism is that it's a science which is able to actually get you good things rather than bad things. So yeah, that vagueness, you may think it's vapid and it's fucking superficial or whatever, but at the end of the day, that's all it's about. It is just about common prosperity. It is about having a government for the people. It is about, putting people in charge instead of profits in command. That may sound like vague politician shit, but that's actually what it's about in actuality, not just in terms of rhetoric. But I actually didn't just do that, though. That's what's so fucking funny about this. I went above and beyond that, and I said things like, hey, should we nationalize the strategic sectors of our economy, like land, energy, and even like industries, like the steel industry? And people had no pushback. I even mentioned nationalizing our resources and some of our industries, and there was no objection at all, and there was actual agreement. I mentioned the government making sure that farmland can only be used for growing food rather than speculation or all this other shit. You know, that's a socialistic policy, right? You can't have that when you respect the inviolable right to private property. There was a guy who, without my manipulation whatsoever, said that if we owned our own oil and our own resources, we could have free healthcare because that's how they do it in the Middle East. And he also started talking about the insurance companies and how we need to get rid of the health insurance companies. Meaning this guy's actually to the left of fucking Bernie Sanders. You know, the MAGA people in actuality are to the left of Bernie Sanders when you actually can prove to them that you acknowledge, like, the thing they care about isn't the minutia of policy. And when they do care about the minutia of policy, they're very left-wing, actually. They're extremely left-wing. It's just, A, the woke shit, they're not going to want to get on board with that. B, the fucking Democrat con artist scam, aka AOC and Bernie, the Democratic Socialist, whatever scam, they want nothing to do with it. C, the green scam, they want nothing to do with it. You get past those three fucking things, and you'll see that most Americans, most working class people are pro-communist. They're just anti-woke, they're anti-green, and they're anti-Democrat. They're otherwise communists. Believe it or not. If you can fucking believe it, most people would not object to a Chinese-style communist system at all. And the reason it has to be Chinese-style, and because that's captured by that third-pronged Democrat. So the expansion of government bureaucracy to the point where the government owns everything and everything is publicly owned or even communally owned, they're going to associate that, rightfully, by the way, with the Democratic parties, the class, the structure, the power of the Democratic Party, that specific political power, right? And they don't want an expansion of the government bureaucracy, and they don't want to have to trust some like alien power. They don't. Why should they trust that? It sounds stupid. Like, oh, I want the fucking government to control every aspect of our lives. Why would anyone get on board with that? It's so fucking stupid. Oh, I want every type of economic activity that you engage in to be restricted by some kind of like bureaucratically mediated or communally mediated thing. I mean, believe it or not, a lot of MAGA people don't have a problem with the communalism aspect. When you tell them, oh yeah, we should have community ownership of the means of production, I think like 50% of people would say, yeah, I don't mind that. And then 50% of people will be like, yeah, fuck that. But I actually side with the people who say fuck that, because there does need to be room for people to step outside of the official socius and take charge and take initiative. Of course there needs to be fucking room for that. So, I don't know if you guys know this, I'm a Maoist. I'm not one of these people like Hakeem who says, oh, we should just return to Soviet-style socialism. I don't think you can. I think Soviet-style socialism failed to go beyond the primary sphere of production. It did very well in producing steel and creating a primary sector of the economy, but it is simply too backward to accommodate what we call the information age and the decentralized stuff. Now, Cockshot talks about supercomputers, but the problem of information and the problem of this new fourth industrial revolution, whatever you want to call it, it goes beyond the logistical or technical aspects into the political aspect. Like, are people willing to surrender so much control and so much power to some kind of central bureaucratic or government authority? And I don't think people are. I think people want room for some level of sovereignty. Sovereignty, not individual sovereignty necessarily, but just some type of freedom that is not controlled by the government. Because when it's controlled by the government, that doesn't just mean a computer is just regulating everything for us. It also means that there's a lot of other implications. Like, for example, that's going to imply the authority of local officials and local bosses and local bureaucrats and administrators. And you're going to have to go through them to function. I mean, that's what it means, right? And people don't want any of that because they already see how our existing government works. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but the US government is pretty fucking big. Did you guys know how big the fucking US government is? It's like, I think it's the biggest employer in the state of California is the government. Not just the US government, but even the state governments. Government is fucking huge as it stands. So people are really accustomed to how that whole fucking thing works already, and they want nothing to do with it. And they're not wrong for not wanting anything to do with it, because they're right. You know, people need breathing room. And by the way, the Soviet Union did have that in the form of the kolkhozes, which were not state-owned. They were collectively owned, yeah, but they were not state-owned. And then it just deepened after the kolkhozes, right? To the point where we get Deng Xiaoping. Thank you, Sankars. Appreciate you, man.
The irony is that on the woke stuff, blue-collar people are more loving and have more humanity in their hearts at a personal level.
They are.
Leftists tokenize every identity and object to act on. They have no humanity.
They actually
in their
really are.
heart.
Blue-collar people are some of the least hateful people you'll meet. Yeah, I'm so you know, people need to rethink the whole what they understand what communism is in the first place. If you think it's just the government, it's just expanded to a wildly huge degree, you're not gonna get anywhere in this fucking country. Because why would I mean, even I object to that. I don't want to fucking, you know, even I don't fucking want that, you know. At the same time, there is a thing about corporations and that whole thing, and so that could be talked about, right? But there needs to be breathing room. Look, Marx didn't say we're gonna fucking have the government own everything. When it comes to like the ends of communism, it's free association, and it's the withering away of the state. This is also something that needs to be talked about. The withering away of the state. Okay? So the withering away of the state, that is like the principle that communists have. Like, in principle, communists are pro-small government. If you read Lenin's book, The State and Revolution, he makes it very clear that even a proletarian dictatorship should be small and simple. Now, small doesn't mean it's not powerful, and it doesn't mean it's not strong, and it doesn't mean it can't do big things. But it means that the extent to which it's instantiated does not interfere in the daily lives of people. It doesn't interfere in people's lives. It rather facilitates, protects, and promotes people's ways of life, rather than interfering in them and meddling in them. So if you read Lenin's State and Revolution, there's a huge disdain for the view that the state should meddle in the affairs of people. There's a huge disdain for that. And that's always been the communist attitude. That was the Stalinist attitude as well. Stalin thought the party had grown too large and they were a bunch of good-for-nothings, and that the Soviet state should be more democratized, meaning simplified, and the bureaucracy should be eliminated. That was the goal. Now, why didn't that actually fucking happen? Well, it's the legacy of social democracy and the remnants of that institutional social democracy, which, by the way, is everything people hate about socialism. So communism with a capital C, in a way, is libertarian. In a way, Stalin was libertarian. China is more libertarian than Sweden, okay? Because the whole thing with communism is it's like you have a very strong and powerful proletarian dictatorship that doesn't interfere in people's daily lives, but just facilitates it. So the strength of the state is usually in proportion to the extent to which the country is under attack. So let's say, for example, in my beautiful home state of Michigan, that the militias rose up and seceded from America and formed a 1776 liberty state, small government. Well, it's going to have to be a very strong and powerful state if it's going to defend itself against, its foreign adversaries that are going to try to destroy it in every possible way. And yeah, that's going to extend to the problem of espionage and the problem of infiltration and all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean they're going to compromise on their principles, because at the end of the day, see, I think this is a funny contrast between communist states usually and liberal states. So in communist states, it doesn't matter how big the government gets. When faced with the ability to meddle or not meddle, what I mean by that is like when there's no reason to meddle, they just let people be. Just live your fucking life. And then that there's like this organic culture and community that emerges, and the state just does not meddle in their daily affairs. It just lets them breathe. But in liberal states like America, don't you ever notice how the government and the bureaucracy just goes out of its fucking way to try and meddle in your fucking life in every time they're faced with a choice? Meddle in people's lives and fuck with them, or like leave them alone and focus on what's important and just, do your fucking job. They'll always choose to meddle in your fucking life. They hate seeing people fucking breathe and just prosper and just live. They fucking hate that for some reason. And, they want to make sure that everyone is always, all the time, under the boot. And that especially became a reality in America when the federal agencies became so powerful. You had the ATF, you had the FBI, of course. The FBI is a known one, but the ATF and others, with Waco and Ruby Ridge, they just, what they did, for example, to in Waco, right? They didn't have to fucking do that. Why did they decide to go and massacre those people at Waco? Because that's how it fucking is, right? Now the IRS. Thank you,
Stalin's
MIG.
calls for democracy were overshadowed by the party's focus on counter-revolutionaries in Soviet society. Then came the war, then Stalin died.
Yeah, well, and also it was resistance that came from the party bureaucracy. Now, people don't know this, but a CIA memo has confirmed it from, I think, 51 or 52, which said there's a widespread conception that Stalin rules as a one-man dictatorship, and it's not true. He has to follow the procedures as well. He's not a dictator. He wasn't a dictator. So Stalin was in a tough spot, right? The only tool Stalin had of fighting the party bureaucracy were two things. Purges. And those got out of control. The 36 purge got out of fucking control. The Yezhovchina got out of fucking control, right? So the purges was one tool. And the only way that purges were possible is because A, you have a mandate of popular support, and B, you're maneuvering the echelons of the bureaucracy, turning one department against another department, and it's just chaos, right? The other tool Stalin had in his arsenal was something that was perfected by Mao during the Cultural Revolution, was basically campaigns. So Stalin would launch a campaign, or he would inspire a campaign, like the Stakhanovite campaign, and it would create this grassroots pressure on the party bureaucracy from below. So Stalin up top and the people down below. But that bureaucracy was a really fucking big monster, and Stalin could not control it. And I think if you talk to MAGA people about that, just in terms of like what they already can see with Trump, like, yeah, they see how that works. Yeah, there's a strong leader, Trump, who's fighting the deep state, that's getting in the fucking way. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty, that dynamic existed with both Stalin and Mao, if you can believe it. It was the exact same type of dynamic. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, all the criticisms are really fucking stupid. But I didn't really see anything substantive. You know, oh, that you're not talking to them about real communism. I don't think you know what that fucking means. And I talked about that in my last stream. But it's just funny. They find one clip where I don't know, she didn't respond positively to the word, and that apparently disproves the whole thing. What? You think you're not going to get any even if you go unionize your Starbucks. Yikes, I was about to say something bad. Thank you, Johnny.
You can talk about how 11 is much more successful at draining the swamp in the CPC.
Yeah, you could. Thank you so much, Johnny. Appreciate that. Now, there's an important thing to keep in mind is that you could even when you go to your fucking Starbucks dumb bullshit, you're going to get the odd person who says, "No, I don't want to unionize. Fuck you." Right? I'm a furry who's a libertarian. You know, I'm a Ayn Rand, von Mises guy who doesn't want to unionize. Fuck you, suck my dick. So if you get that on camera, does that disprove your dumb fucking Starbucks bullshit? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're gonna get people who push back. You're not, you know, anyone who's involved in labor organizing. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. Why don't we bring Chris Smalls into this? And I just want to bring him in just by asking him one question. So, Chris Smalls, could you organize the Amazon labor union without having some of the workers you reached out to disagree with you? Did every single worker you talked to agree with you? If not, should you have quit the Amazon labor union if some of the workers disagreed with you? Should you have quit the whole fucking thing? Again, keep in mind, the majority of people in the video agreed with me. But if people decide to push back, does that disprove the entire thing? It just doesn't exist anymore? And by the way she pushed back it wasn't really a pushback. It was more like a, yeah, that word sounds yikesy, so the left must be making it up. And then she immediately followed by saying, we as in the people, seize Bill Gates' fucking farmland. I mean, how someone can spin that to mean that the whole thing is a failure is like, what world are we fucking living in, right? All right, now, so that's all I'm going to say about those pieces of criticisms, that type of backlash. And I'm going to transition into the Kanye stuff now. But the way I'm going to transition into it is I actually want to show you something pretty funny. And this one comes from Destiny, actually. And it comes from Destiny's friend. The guy with gynecomastia are relevant. He's got gyno. So I'll show you this. And this is actually really funny. And
they come out.
Okay, this is actually hilarious. So we're gonna, yeah. So I'm gonna show you guys this, and we're not gonna react to it for too long, but we're just gonna see the realm. Thank you so much.
Do you hold to the idea Marxists hold that religion and faith will fade away with material development, or do you view that as one of?
Thank you so much, Serge Rakul. I think Marx was ambiguous on that question. What Marx said, he said, and what he said was a specific understanding of religion as a form of estrangement, which in context he wasn't really wrong about, but you have to understand the context. He was understanding religion from the perspective of philosophy, A, and B, by reducing religion to estrangement, he was reducing it to the actual role it did in fact take on an institutional level at the time. Yes, that was the role it had. It did basically pacify people in the context of the revolutions of the 19th century. But more broadly, Marx didn't like to comment on the question of religion. Just in the same way, Marx is not going to be here commenting on the riddle of the Sphinx, because Marx isn't saying he knows everything. He's just saying what he's saying. So, with that being said, is there room for religion, faith, and spirituality in Marxism? Absolutely. So much so that I insist on it. I insist upon its necessity. For reasons I'm not going to divulge in now, but thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. So let's check out what this Destiny guy is saying. So this is Zerka on Destiny stream, and he's talking to him, and some interesting things are said.
You guys are actually coming after Destiny's channel, and you don't even know you're doing it.
What are you talking about?
By making fair, Nick Satan, you guys are coming after Destiny's channel hard.
What?
This is what I mean. Like, you guys eat yourselves without knowing it.
He's trying to say
you know what I'm trying to say.
I think he's trying to say that because
I know what you're trying to say. Zerka's trying to say that the type of rhetoric that you guys are engaged in is going to make...
Based.
For the record,
Thank you,
as
PJ.
a capitalist, I am for confiscating Gates' farmland. The man has committed crimes against humanity, and all of his possessions should be put up for public auction by the state.
Thank you so much, PJ. I appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, we can disagree about labels, which doesn't really matter. I mean, why does it matter, right? It's substance, right? Substance is what matters. But as long as we can both agree that the sacred right to private property shouldn't prevent things like that from happening, we're on the same exact page, right? My only problem with when people use that word capitalism is what they're trying to defend. If all you're trying to defend are markets or non-established forms of property, yeah, we'll have common ground on that, right? We'll disagree about the terms, but Marxism is not against property, and the critique of private property is more like a critique of this abstract institution that is completely divorced from any human use and any human context. And so it's so sad because like when Marx talks about it, it's so philosophical and esoteric, and yet in our common sense, when we think of private property, we're just thinking of like shit that we own and use for like rational, like, or not even necessarily rational. Like you're thinking of like, you know, my house or my small business or my car or my boat or, you know, something like that. And people think, oh, that's what Marx is talking about. No, it's something much more abstract. But let's watch this.
That Nick is actually fucking Satan, but the problem is that I've engaged with people like him, and you've engaged with people like me, so as long as you play those games, it's going to inevitably lead to not only my downfall, but the decancellation of like all, or deplatforming of all of you people too. So
Yeah.
By the way, I want to also clarify something about small businesses. Businesses are not inherently capitalist. There's businesses in the Soviet Union, and there's businesses in Mao's China. All a business means is some kind of means of facilitating economic activity. That's a business, okay? It's the business of the economy. There's going to be businesses in socialism. There's going to be businesses in communism. And there's going to be small ones too. Now, you know, is it going to be based... I'm talking far into the future. Is it going to be based on money? No, right? But it'll still be a business in some kind of way. So people really need to rethink their shit. The kolkhozes were a type of business, if you could believe it.
So your orbiters are actually critically retarded.
Yeah, but the problem that you're not engaging with, John, is that what they're saying is there's a difference between just talking to somebody and providing pushback versus talking to somebody and amplifying their message. And you don't seem to draw a distinction between those two.
Wait, that
things.
thing that I just said?
Yeah,
Well, no.
He hasn't acknowledged it yet. He hasn't even said anything. He's going to say something else retarded right now to get around that point.
No, he literally critiques Sneeko for calling Nick funny when Destiny's called Nick funny.
See, he did it. He just did it again. That's what he's doing.
You're just making content.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying. Hey, I'm the only one protecting this channel, right? I'm the gatekeeper. Of
No,
this
you're
channel.
not. You're the one actively throwing it into the
No,
fucking abyss.
every time you guys do the Gyno deplatform the world thing, they come out.
I
and
don't think we should deplatform the world.
What about Haas? You think Haas should be deplatformed?
Yes.
So this is the part. This is the part that's really interesting. Okay. So watch this, and we're gonna react to it together because this is really this is some new breaking news that should be announced to the world, I guess. Let's and just watch.
I think Haas actually maybe should be.
Is anyone pro-Russia bad for you guys?
The problem is Haas is literally taking money from Russia. He lies about it, and he spreads Russian talking points, and he's like...
You guys hear that? Haas literally, not metaphorically or figuratively, but literally takes Russian money and not sure what I lie about, but also I repeat Russian talking points. So if Russians say the sky is blue and you say the sky is blue, you're like basically repeating their propaganda. But that's not really what matters, because all that is just subjective bullshit. There's a fact here, which is that I am literally taking Russian money. And it gets better. Just watch. It gets better.
Oh, shit,
consistently.
yeah,
He's an unregistered foreign agent.
Yes, him.
So that's accusing me of a crime.
And Henkel are 100%.
And he said him and Hinkle, and he didn't say like, oh yeah, 70%, I think, or yeah, I'm kind of strong, but you know, maybe there's room. Speculation, 80%. He said 100%, no room for doubt at all, meaning it is an airtight fact. It is an airtight fact. There's no room for the possibility that it's untrue, which is interesting. No, Jackson already downloaded it, so don't worry about that. But continue watching this, because I don't. So I'll react to it after. We're gonna watch it first. Just watch it.
Wait, what?
Yes.
My
Listen,
friends are
you know me, I'm
KGB?
going to have problems with a statement like that.
I'm
what do you mean,
positive
Steven?
that Henkel is. They get
So he's positive Hinkle is.
paid by other...
Hey, look, it's a bitch named Alex. You know Alex. Why don't you let's have Alex get his donation through. Come on. We're gonna hear it through the text to speech. Because he paid $5, right? So he earned it, didn't he? Paid $5. So I'll give it to him. Alright, Alex, let's hear it. Nah, too bad, bitch. Too bad, little bitch. You're saying it's garbage plus revisionist. Really? Why don't you get in VC and we'll see if it's garbage and revisionist, going all the way back to Marx's writing Private Property and Communism. Let's do that. Let's do that. You can't be communist and for small government. Have you read Lenin's State and Revolution, you fucking retard? I'm pretty sure the State and Revolution unambiguously makes the case for an objectively small government. Because it's specifically Lenin's critique of the imperialist bureaucracy, which was an extension of his critique of the Second International and social democracy that you find in that book. Fucking dumb fuck. You paid me $5 just for me to shit on you in front of 500 people. You gave me $5 just so I would shit on you in front of 500 people. Wow, are you a cocksucker? Let's continue.
Media
Like by
companies and
RT
stuff,
or
by other companies. RT can't pay them directly anymore, but it's by other companies related to them.
Okay, you know what? Whoever these companies are, whoever, I don't know who he's talking about. Can we get the money now? Whoever's doing it, let's just drop the money now, because I missed yesterday's stream. I haven't been doing too great in terms of how much I've earned money, and like I'm not a financially secure streamer by any means, all right? So, can we where y'all at? Where's the KGB at? I made like $40 to stream. I mean, I didn't make $40. I made like $20 because YouTube takes a lot of my money. So, yeah, I'm just going to beg now because like, well, I'm not begging. I'm confirming Destiny's reality. Because Destiny is like a, Look, the way I've come to learn it. Thank you so much, Shrimp. There we go.
Financial
Attaboy.
security incoming.
Attaboy. Attaboy. That's what I like to see. That's right. Let's bring it on. Let's go. The Russians are okay. So this is what we got to do, guys. We got to prove Destiny right, because when Destiny's wrong about something, that's not good. Yeah, I'll tell you why it's not good when Destiny's wrong about something. Because when Destiny's wrong about something, that means we're just coping. Whenever Destiny says anything, it is true. And if you disagree with what he says, even if you can somehow objectively prove it, like that's literally just sorcery, that's just cope, okay? And if you keep insisting on the fact that he's wrong, you will become a lol cow. That's what a lol cow is, a guy who disagrees with Destiny. Thank you, class analysis.
Russian money.
There we go. Attaboy. Attaboy. That's what we're talking about. Okay. But guys, I just want to let you know, a lol cow is someone who contradicts what Destiny says on stream. And the reason everything Destiny says is true is because his viewers do not have fathers, and therefore he's their father. So he can't be wrong about anything. So we have to confirm what he's saying, guys. I'm being paid by the Russians. It's got to be enough. You know, it's got to be enough. And that's a lot of money. So let's confirm what he says, because we don't want to embarrass him and have him be wrong, right? We don't want to embarrass him. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you, man.
No VC, Alex. I guess it's another Kamanasu. Ooh.
Oh, attaboy. Here we go. They're coming in. Okay. Yeah, okay. There we go. Here it is. You see? This is the... I didn't even know this. Destiny doing me a solid. He's basically doing me a solid. He's doing me a solid. Now Streamlabs CIA is intercepting it. Oh, here we go. Hot take. There we go. Attaboy.
Chinese
Attaboy.
money.
Okay. So I'm thinking it's a good day. Thank you, Pretty Flacco.
Chase
Appreciate
bank
you, man.
alert. Your 5 Putin bucks have been deposited into your checking account.
Thank you, Flacco. So here it is. This is... So Johnny, thank you, man. Appreciate
Putin
you.
bucks underscore Oswat.
Appreciate you, man. Oh my, you guys are just showering me in Russian money right now. Y'all was just showering me in it.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Emilio. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you a ton. So guys, this is the Russians giving... This is how the Russians funnel money to me. You see how it's going on right now? This is how it's happening. This is how I make a living. I'm getting paid by the Russians in real time. Thank you, Cyrus.
Iranian money too now.
And even the Iranians are doing it because I'm denouncing the anti-hijab movement. So they're bribing me. Thank you, Praying. Thank you, Praying. Appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? This is in real time. Thank you, Adrian.
Take that slandering cigarette to court.
Oh, man. So, guys, this is it. He's proven it. He just proved it. Destiny just proved the Russian money that I'm taking. It's literally right here in real time. Okay? You guys, you're seeing it with your own two eyes. Okay? You're seeing it with your own 2 eyes. And there's even other actors, too. Thank you, Jimmy.
Courtesy of Vladimir Putin.
See, Putin, he just throws 5s at me like I'm a stripper. He just throws them like that. Thank you, Daniel.
KGB agent reporting in.
Oh my God. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you, man. So there you have it, guys. Thank you, Cliat.
Forwarding my part from the SVR.
There you guys have it, right? It's as simple as that. It's really as simple as that. Diogenes.
Hater's deep state.
Let's go. Even Haydar Aliyev, back from the grave, sponsoring the infrared show. This is the haterist deep state of the Soviet Union. Thank you, MIG. Appreciate you,
and
man.
North Korean super dollars.
I'm getting... Even the North Koreans are pitching in. Even the North Koreans are pitching in. So you guys see, this is how I get paid, right? This is how the Russians pay me. This is how it happens. This is how the Russians make the infrared show happen. make it into a reality. It's really as simple as this. This is how it happens. This is how it occurs. This is how it becomes real in real time. You guys are for legit like showering me in money. I don't even when do I say stop, right? Thank you, Tepia.
I had to use Google Translate. Hello, this is Vladimir. I am proud of you. Can read. I will wire the rest through Hunter Biden. Tell Destiny I flew Melina over to my palace in Russia for a bear ride.
Look how much money the Russians are giving me. Thank you, Warvo. Look how much money they're giving me. Look how much money the Russians just gave me. Thank you, Damien 32. Look at this shit, man. Look how much money the Russians give me. You see this, guys? Look how much they give me. This is crazy. It's through their other companies, as Destiny said. So the company's about to come through. Wait, there we go. Praying Mantis Incorporated.
Donation courtesy of the Maoist Texan Duke Incorporation.
There it is, the Maoist Texan Duke Incorporation.
Foundation.
Thank you,
we'll
Janar.
Discuss your comments on revisionism at a later date.
Oh, that was a foundation, the Castro Foundation.
Putin
Thank
is going
you,
to put you on the
New.
purge list.
Thank you, New. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, New. Appreciate you. I mean, this is crazy, all right? This is crazy Russian money I'm getting.
Good
Guys,
morning,
imagine
Revolution.
Swaggy, thank you. Imagine Destiny reacts to the stream, and it's like 20 straight minutes of people dropping a ton of money on me. He's like, yo, Ian, thank you, man. Appreciate you. He's like, him and his orbiters, they react to my stream, and it's like 20 straight minutes of people just showering me with money. Tactical Taco. Appreciate it. Oh, I mean, you'd think I just have a dedicated community that wants to support me and keep me afloat. You'd think people just like me, right?
Comrade
Thank you,
Waffles
Captain.
depositing rubles for your information warfare. Putin is pleased.
No,
with this
imagine
investment.
he's on stream with his audience and he reacts to this. Thank you, Mox. Appreciate you, man. He reacts to this, and then like for 20 minutes, it's just my chat showering me in money, and he looks that fucking stupid. Thank you, Dur. Appreciate you, man.
Putin pesos.
And guys, there's other ways to show your dedication. Like, for example, I'll show you dedication. Thank you, W11.
You told
Appreciate
me
you, man.
personally to send this. His phone isn't working.
Thank you so much, man. That's from W11 Incorporated. It's one of the RT subsidiaries. The King.
I'm
Thank you
Russian
so much,
CEO
man.
Vladimir. I donate to American Spy.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Lumpia, thank you so much, man.
Filipino Russian here. Keep on fighting, comrade!
Oh my god, this is like crazy. It's like, what the hell? This is like insane. Oh, I wish I wasn't banned on Twitch. So Twitch could take 50%. Thank you, Reed.
$11.
Appreciate you, man. Oh my god, guys. This is Destiny just gave me. This is his birthday present to me. Thank you, Lado. Appreciate
Thank you,
man.
us.
This is Destiny literally he literally just tried to say I get Russian money, and it's inspired my whole community in chat to make him look like a fucking idiot. That's an easy birthday present. I just got a birthday present. Oh, here it comes. It's the Nick Land Incorporated. We've got Nick Land Incorporated coming out of Shanghai, China, trying to keep the accelerationist stream afloat. Thank you so much, Shrimp Donuts.
First
Appreciate
was
you, man.
just for being based 24/7. This one's for the last 2 substacks.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So, guys, thank you so much, Johnny.
Keep
Appreciate you,
showering
man.
me in money.
Oh my god, now we got the
Underscore
other one?
streams were privated and aren't in the streams playlist. Please make them unlisted.
No, they're
and
just
viewable.
live streams. I mean, they're just unlisted. Thank you so much,
Larouche
Maxwell.
RS
Appreciate you,
Incorporated
man.
lobbies you.
Oh
Keep
my
up the
god.
good work.
Wow. I think you guys have made a pretty big point here. Thank you,
Saint
Rupture.
Putin told me to send you tribute on his behalf with gold-backed rubles. Russia.
Oh, thank you so much, President Putin. I appreciate it. This is all Russia. This is according to Destiny, this is how I make a living. Thank you,
Viva
Mox. Appreciate you,
Mexico.
man.
Real Mexicans supports Russia. Viva Russia.
Yo, let's go, Mexico. Maybe I'll go to Tijuana.
Base.
Thank you, Lionel. Appreciate
Keep it
you.
up, boss.
I'm not far
Gorilla,
from Tijuana.
Son.
Guys, I realized I love Mexico. Did you know that? I've realized I love Mexico. I feel like going to. I feel like going to Mexico, man.
Colonel
Thank you, Hot
General
Take. Appreciate you, man.
Ramzan here. We are pleased with your work.
Thank you so much, Hot Take. Appreciate you, man. I feel like I could assimilate into Mexico, you know?
Gorilla,
Thank you, Andrew.
Son.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you, Russian Andrew. Andrew, KGB agent number 43255. Thank you, Pretty Flacco.
Casey Neistat, Hillary
Appreciate
Clinton.
you.
I'm voting for Hillary Clinton bucks.
So, but I thought Destiny said it's all Russian money. It looks like I just have a dedicated community.
This
Thank you,
super chat is
VLX.
brought to you in part by Russian Caviar House. Keep up the good work.
Yo,
Information warrior,
VLX,
Super
thank you so
Comrade
much,
Hayes.
man. Appreciate you.
Base.
Wow.
Take
Christian.
these rubles, comrade. Das Vidania.
Wow. Christian, thank you so much, man. Holy fuck.
Base.
Emirio with the 50.
Spasiba,
What the fuck?
comrade.
Georgia Swan. Holy shit. Look at it. Look at Emirio. Emirio's, he's given the peasants citizenship.
Revolution.
Membership. Emirio, thank you so much, man. He's getting them memberships. Now you guys can use the emotes.
Good morning, Revolution.
Yo, Flacco, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, man. Look at that. I mean, yo, he's gonna.
Zelenki's lunch money. Come to
Ignacio.
Mexico.
Ignacio, thank you so much, man. I mean, it's pretty crazy, right?
Base.
So,
A saddest agent here.
yo, old man in the woods, thank you so much, man. So, guys, but I thought I had to get Russian money. I don't. Surely, there's no community that likes me that much that they want to keep me afloat so much and support me. Clearly, people aren't just dedicated to my streams and they just like my streams and like watching me. Clearly, I don't have a dedicated community. Like, for example, if I told my community right now to have a Sun Gorilla March and just spam those Sun Gorillas, it would be dead air because I just don't have a dedicated community, right? I don't have a dedicated community. No one could listen to a guy like Haas. He's an idiot. He has to be taking Russian money. Of course he doesn't have a very dedicated following. Probably the most dedicated following of anyone when you think about it, right? Who has a better community than mine? Name one. Name them. Name a streamer who has a more organized and dedicated community than mine. There isn't one. There isn't one. Because as much, look, we may not be that big, but we fucking stick together like this. Like, we are so organized, right?
Base.
Thank you, Nabi. Appreciate you, man.
Here's your Juche super notes courtesy of Kim Jong-un.
Thank you, Nabi. And by the way, I would take my infrared community, even if you're only 300.
Xi Jinping.
Thank you, Beeman32. Appreciate you, man. Even if my infrared community is only 300 people, I would take that 300 over Hassan's 30,000 any fucking day.
Some euros diverted.
Thank you,
from
Mao,
Ursula's
man. Appreciate you,
Ukraine
man.
spending spree.
Appreciate you that. I would rather lead this army than an army 10 times bigger. Because we are elites here. We don't got a fucking dumb fucks in this community. We don't have a bunch of degens and all this bullshit. We have the best of the best, the cream of the crop. I would have nothing else. And that's why infrared's never going to compromise. We are only going to grow. And if we're not going to grow, I will stick with my 300 and I don't give a fuck. I will never compromise. The quality of this community is always going to stay the same. The level of dedication will always stay the same. I'm not gonna be a 30,000 viewer Andy with Hassan's community. I'm not gonna be a 5,000 viewer Andy with Destiny's community. We're only growing when we maintain the quality we have now.
Good morning, Revolution.
I don't care how long it takes. Emirio, thank you so much, man. Thank you. So I appreciate you so much, man. We're only gonna grow with the quality we have now, and I don't care what it takes, because this is what I believe in. This is what I believe in, right here. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, man.
Super soldier is stronger than 1,000 Soykin followers.
I believed in it. I believed in it when I had 100 viewers and they were spamming the Gorillas and Suns, and I believe in it now when I'm looking at this march and this wall of Sun Gorillas right now. That's what I believe in. You better believe it. That's what I believe in. It's always been the same. It's always been the same. It's always been that same infrared. It's always been that same Gorillas and Sons. It's always been that same crazy dedicated community that from the very beginning, we rode as a horde. From the very beginning, this is how it was.
We are with you, brother. You deserve
Thank you,
this.
Andrew. Appreciate
Haters
you, man.
won't stop this movement. And I'm Ukrainian.
Oh, I appreciate that so much, Andrew. Appreciate that, man. That's how it is, guys. The truth is, man, they're still coming. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's still coming. Y'all are crazy. You're out of your mind. I'm making this shit up to you guys. I'm going to do so many videos. I'm going to do so much. I don't care how much equipment I have to fucking buy. You just fucking paid everything for me. I don't care what I got to do, what plane tickets I got to get to go to the Trump rallies and locations. I'm giving you guys the content.
This is money I stole from
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. I'm giving back. You guys are getting some good content. Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate you, man. See, this is why I walk around. I don't have to worry. As I say, my community. Thank you, Emila. Appreciate you, man.
Is in the pocket of big Soviet nurses. Based.
You guys, for like 3 days, I was thinking for that MAGA video rally. Thank you, Hot Take. Appreciate you.
We control the Twitter discourse even with us absent.
Absolutely.
We have gotten Lenin on our side. MAGA Communist.
I told even Ibra, I said, even if this video don't even get more than 10K views, I don't care. Because my community puts food on my table so that I do shit like this. This is what I'm here for. This is why they pay me. Because nobody else will do this shit, so I have to. I even told him, ask him. I said, even if it gets 10K views, I'm fine with that. Because my community will love it, and I know they'll love it. I know it's going to boost their morale so much, and it's going to inspire them so much, and that's why I'm going to fucking do it. Because that's who I work for. And that's why I don't worry. All these endeavors I do, all this shit that I do it with the backing of the community. And I wouldn't be able to do it without them. We started in my fucking apartment, sitting in my apartment, and then we're here now. Now we're here. We're going to be doing a lot of shit, interviews, content, all that kind of shit. It's only going to get bigger. It's because you made it happen. Because I started out in a goddamn apartment, okay? That's where I started out. I started out in my damn apartment with the cheapest goddamn webcam in the world. And it's always been the Gorillas and Sons. It's always been those Gorillas and Sons. Thank you so much, Flaming Leg. So all in all, here's the lesson we can draw from this, all right? People can cope all they fucking want. That I'm getting Russian money or I'm getting external foreign money. The truth is, thank you so much, Defund, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it so much, man. Thank you. At the end of the day, I get my money from my community. And yeah, my community is real.
MAGA
Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate you, man.
Sun Gorilla.
See, IGG is a real fucking thing. You're looking at it right now. So just like you have your DGG, I have my IGG. You somehow think you're the only fucking community on the internet, and you're not. So it's as simple as that. I got my IGG. These are my people. These are the people that make it fucking happen. Without IGG, nobody's paying for Haas to do nothing. And by the way, there's actually more to this video. We're going to continue watching. But by the way, the idea that the Russians need to pay me for me to defend Russia when I have such a rigorous, even esoteric philosophical foundation for defending Russia, which nobody bothers to ever listen to because they don't understand it. Thank you, Living. Appreciate you. It's like, you want to know why I defend Russia? Just watch my fucking streams. Watch my stream about Dugin. Watch my stream about modernity. Watch our Stalin video. Watch things like that, and you'll see why I fucking defend Russia. Because Russia's defending the fucking world, and I'm just giving back. That's why I defend Russia. They don't have to fucking pay me. I do it for free.
F you, Destiny.
Thank you, Dev Bond. I appreciate you, man. Russia don't gotta pay me. They're already paying me. They're paying me by existing, by being for humanity, by challenging the West in the way they did. You want to know how Russia paid me? By supporting the anti-colonial movements in the 20th century. Russia paid me. I had family back in Lebanon. Who do you think was supporting the movement over there? Who do you think was supporting the people over there? Who do you think was inspiring them to rise up against their colonial masters? It was Russia. Thank you so much, African comrade. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Sudanese Russian sending in extra rubles.
I'm loyal to Russia in the same way I'm loyal to humanity. Thank you, Praying Mantis. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
The Maoist Texan Dugan Corporation supports the Schiller Institute and the IGG.
Yo, Praying Mantis. We got the Russian money coming in from the corporation. Russia don't gotta pay me. I believe in this shit. Russia doesn't have to pay me. I believe in Russia. I actually believe in it. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Now, how could someone do that? How could someone... Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a world outside Reddit. Thank you, Malhab.
Fourth attempt. I can't say looser, but blaming Russia for everything is simply what those type of folks do since Hillary in 2016.
Actually, the first debate, or the second debate, the first public debate I've had with Destiny was about Russiagate, and he pretty much said the same shit. Oh, you're repeating their memes, so you're getting paid by them. That was where Russiagate was, because there was a few memes on Facebook, so that and they were aligned with Russia's interests. You know, it's like people can't fathom that somebody could actually believe in this shit, because for them, the Nietzschean last man is all there is. The Redditor last man who just cares about hedonism and just cares about drugs and just cares about, you know, pornography and video games. That's all there is to life. There's nothing outside of life. There's no possible way someone could appreciate life in any other kind of fucking way. So how could anyone support Russia without getting paid by them? And actually, when you think about it, the whole thing is based on that. Like, why do they hate Russia so much? Because the way they see it, Ukrainians are a bunch of Redditors, and Russia's coming to take away their Xbox. Same thing with Taiwan. Taiwanese are a bunch of gamers, and the Chinese are coming and restricting their ability to, smoke weed, smoke pot, and play fucking video games. And that's literally their vision that those were the goggles they wear, and that's how they translate all forms of geopolitics. That's how they see everything. All world conflicts, they put them in those terms. Who's Reddit versus who's my asshole dad who's taking away my Xbox? That's literally how they see it. Could it be that Russia represents the greatest defiance against the nihilism of the West in our time? Could it be that Russia is defying something deeper? Could it be that Russia is insisting on there being some kind of meaning when the collective West has decided there is none? Could it be that Russia has decided that they want to be a people who live and die for something, instead of just being the Nietzschean last man who lives for no fucking reason but to smoke pot and play video games? Could it be that they believe in something? They have something to defend, what they call the Russian world. Something specific which is lost in the process of Western modernization or progressive social change. Something lost, deep forms of wisdom, subtle wisdoms that you don't even fucking notice when you come from that culture, but you take it for granted, that can completely become annihilated and lost with this cultural imperialism and invasion that comes from the West. Could it be they have something to defend? Putin himself talks about it on his podium. Basic things like what is man and what is woman? Basic things like that. What is a family? What does it mean to raise kids? What does it mean to have a family? What does it mean to, have a civilization? To be a people? What do all those things mean? Could it be they just have something to defend? Could it be that this idea that there's a multiverse of pluralities and there's no meaning to any of them, and none of them are even more significant than the other? Could that be that's what Russia's also opposing? in addition to the neo-colonial domination and financial slavery that the West is trying to impose upon the world? Could it be they have something to defend? Could it be that that thing that they're defending is something they believe in? Could it be that I also believe in it, and I believe every people have their own unique truth and unique reality they should defend? Which is why I'm a MAGA communist, because I think Americans have that too, and no, it's not fucking Reddit. That's globalism. That's not loyal to any country. Globalism has nothing to do with America. It's colonized and taken over our country, but there's a deeper reality to this country than fucking Reddit and Marvel and all this dumb bullshit. There is a deeper reality. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks for making my work night fly by. Proud to be a part of this community.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I'm proud to have people like you guys here. Okay? I'm so proud of how far we've come. And the type of community we've cultivated and grown. And, you know, it makes everything worth it. You know? It's always going to make everything worth it. No amount of money is going to make someone happy. You know that? If Ukraine gave me $20,000 to be Dylan Burns, I can't tell you what I would do instead. But I would do anything except that. Even if I got $1 million a month to be fucking Dylan Burns, I'd rather play GTA 5 and drive off a cliff in GTA 5 and play that video game for a living as a gaming streamer. That's what I would rather fucking do than do that. It's not just that you guys give me money, it's that you do it. See what I mean? That's what makes this shit worth it. Because whatever bullshit they throw at me, it's you guys that are my achievement. You guys are my biggest fucking life accomplishment. Did you know that? All the shit that I've written down, all of the thoughts that I've articulated, all the theory, all that kind of shit, my single biggest achievement in life is you. Bringing this together is my single biggest achievement of my whole fucking life. To me.
America
Thank you,
at its
PJ.
best
Appreciate
is the
you, man.
Dugan's rain in the asphalt.
Because I remember when I wasn't on the internet publicly, I remember how much I hated. Oh my God, there's no trend, there's no idea, there's no community, there's no like understanding, right? Of something really fun. Like some dots need to be connected that were not connected before. Soon as I went online and connected those fucking dots, you came. Proving that I'm not crazy. Ah. Yeah, maybe I was just fucking crazy. Years of isolation. You know. Thinking, oh yes, Stalinism changed the fucking world. There's a significance to the October Revolution. There's a significance to communism and Marxism that's been completely lost in the West. And it's a universal truth. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy, right? Maybe it's all just a cope. And reality is this flat, meaningless, undifferentiated continuum of disappointments and, you know, blind whatever. Maybe I was crazy. But you guys are here, and it seems like the ball is rolling in such a way that it's like people understand this shit, you know? Even if they don't understand it theoretically, they get it. Guys, put it this way. What community put the dots together that Christian traditionalism and North Korea are both based? Like, it makes sense. You guys, no one's forcing it. When you guys see something like Islamic Sharia Sufi traditionalism and Stalin, and you guys are like, based. That's literally just intuitive. You just fucking get it. That connection is there. That's what we fucking did. You know that wasn't the case before, right? That wasn't the case before. That was what infrared did. So I don't want to rant too long because we do still have stuff to cover. Specifically the Kanye stuff, which by the way is related, and I'm about to drop some crazy info on you guys. We're gonna finish the Destiny stuff, but let's just say I'm not shitting you, okay? I'm not shitting you because I said it was bullshit at first too. So Kanye, I'll show this to you after, but let's just say the infrared community might have a way bigger reach than we could have ever fucking imagined. And I didn't believe it at first either, but then I was showed, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? So, okay, I don't want to spoil it, but let's just finish the Destiny thing, and then I'll tell you what I was talking about, okay?
How do you know this?
You know, there's a certain line
that's my question.
that you can contact who will look into it.
Okay. Guys, remember, Destiny or whatever, if they ever react to this stream of me reacting to him, it's going to be 20 straight minutes of the community donating to me nonstop. Let me see how much total money you guys gave me. Just in that one session. Let me see. Oh boy. It's still loading. Oh my god! So the total chat revenue is $734 is the total chat revenue. That's nearly $1,000 in 20 minutes.
Based.
Thank you,
Hayes,
Ruptured Thought.
You have
Appreciate
liberated
you.
my mind and perspective.
Like,
your philosophical analysis
you guys
has
literally
changed
just
my life and
bought
inspired
the
me.
MAGA Communism
Thank you,
video. Because it was
truly.
roughly...
Hashtag infrared rising.
It was roughly that much. 300 for the mic, 300 for the cameraman, and then 100 for the editing. You guys just paid for it in 20 minutes. And that was in like 20 minutes, okay? So, I mean, yikes. You want to know who fucking pays me? That's who pays me, okay? It's not a mystery. It's not a fucking huge secret. It's not a mystery. Yo, Wayne! Thank you so much, man. Holy shit.
:sun gorilla :sun gorilla
Oh my god,
sun
what
gorilla
the fuck?
:sun gorilla.
Thank you so much, Wayne. AB with the 50. Holy fuck.
Get that V to 1K.
Yo! Holy shit. AB, what the fuck? Oh my god. Well, now it's 800. And yeah, it just became 800. So that was within like 2 minutes. So yeah. I mean, you want to know who fucking pays me? There you have it. Thank you so much.
Let's get it to 1K rubles.
New, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. It's so crazy.
It sounds like a conspiracy theory.
It might be, dude. Damn, dude. Somebody should look into that sometime.
Yeah. Contact OFAC.
Is this the next manifesto?
RT paying Haas.
I mean, isn't Haas like the...
See, even Zerka is like, what the fuck is... Because I'm not just the fucking... Because this is why Zerka's laughing. Because I'm not just the Russia streamer. I was... Oh my god, Doc! Holy fuck.
You heard him.
That's literally $900. I literally... in total... $900.
We are the infrared
Thank you,
deep
Jimmy.
state.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. The stream hasn't even cracked 2 hours yet. It hasn't even cracked 2 hours. You guys have made me like a fucking millionaire. You want to know where the demand comes? You want to know where the community comes from? There it is, okay? I mean, you don't... Russia don't need to pay me.
deplatformed? Is he doing stuff still?
He's still on YouTube. I think he got...
Thank you, Lionel. Holy shit. Appreciate you, man.
_.
Yeah, I still am on YouTube, aren't I? I really still am on YouTube. Wow. I don't think. What do you guys think? I think this is a real community. Because you know, a lot of people have the cope and they say, "Oh, Haas, people are just here to laugh at you." No, people are here because I'm funny. Yeah, I'm intentionally a funny guy. I am a funny guy. Yeah, I'm an entertaining guy. But people also think I'm insightful too, and they like what I have to say. By the way, name someone who was insightful that wasn't funny, right? And I'm pretty sure you don't just get $1,000 dropped on you.
I'm very grateful to have found infrared.
Thank you, Spandiar. So guys, there's 500 people watching right now, okay? So, thank you, Alan.
Hashtag MAGA Communism will win.
Thank you so much, Alan. This would be like if every single person who's concurrently watching me just gave me $2. Every single one of them. 500 people.
Was studying, so I missed the donor
Holy
wave.
shit, Natsuki.
Here's my contribution, Oz.
I'm pretty sure the YouTube total...
Clique, flexed biceps, gorilla, sun, Philippines.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure the YouTube total is going to be like way higher now. Let me see what it says. It's going to say like... Let me see.
Based.
Yo, Emila, thank you so much.
Based.
Yep, we're at 1K. So we reached 1K. We officially reached 1K. Yo, Derp. Thank you so much, Derp. Appreciate you, man.
Let's send us to Disney World.
Alright, guys. Well, we reached 1K. There you go. We reached 1K. We did it. You guys should be glad I'm not a gambling streamer. Imagine if I was like a gambling addict and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna spend it all. That's not even funny. That's fucked up. It's actually so fucked up. But yo, guys, let me tell you what. I'm paying you guys back, okay? You're gonna get content. I don't care if I have to get a new mic, whatever. It'll happen. I'm gonna make it happen, okay? I'm doing the Lib college campus stuff in this week and next week. And then after that, when I even after New York, when I go back to Michigan, I'm going to consistently do interview videos. I'm going to consistently do those cuz you guys just paid for it. You guys have just paid for it. And that's what's going to happen. Invest it back in the business. I'm going to tell you how I spend my money, okay? This is how I spend my money. Food, rent, like rent for like housing and stuff, whatever. Food, rent, travel. That's not very often though. But the biggest one, like travel is like right now, right? But the biggest one is when I just go to Best Buy and I'm like, yeah, let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. It's reinvesting. The gym is not expensive. The gym, I don't pay that much a month. But yeah, I do invest. The stream is my life, okay? So I invest back in my fucking streams. The only reason I haven't bought a better mic than this is because I feel like the mic is iconic. And plus, I think it's a big scam because mic quality doesn't sound that different past the Blue Yeti, is what I realized. You just have to get the right settings, and you can make a Yeti sound professional. But yeah, I mean, it is reinvesting back in the setup, back in the streams. Even shit like my hair transplant, you can fucking believe it. That's in consideration of like the icon of Haas. If I was bald, would I be as iconic as I am now? That's all I care about. Personally speaking, I don't give a fuck. I could just go bald and just walk around as a bald guy. The only thing that's gonna, will I find a wife? Yeah, women don't give a fuck about that shit. It's literally the fucking, the brand that I'm thinking about for a hair transplant. If you can fucking believe it. But that's why I haven't done it yet. And I haven't even scheduled a hair transplant yet because I'm still debating myself, like, is bald Haas the way? Is that more iconic?
RT?
Thank you, Mahab.
You mean that program that once had Chris Hedges and Abby Martin working for them? Those absolute G's? You're working for them? Hey, cool.
Mahab, thank you so much, man. And I'm not working. I've never even been on RT. They've see, let me tell you guys the truth about my embarrassing history with RT. And Samira will tell you the same shit. And I'll tell you what it is. Okay? So while I was covering the Ukraine war on Twitch, Samira landed me an interview with RT to go on an RT show. And I slept through it. Because it was too early. And I was like, oh yeah, they'll just have me on next time. And Samira's like, no, they don't like that shit. They're not going to bring you on again. And they've never brought me on again. Because that's just how I am. That's how I am. Did I tell you guys that? Have I ever told you guys that? I didn't know that it was like, yeah, I didn't know that. Because the way I thought of it, I was like, oh, if I'm sleepy, I won't even do a good job on RT anyway. And you know, I thought they'd be like, oh, they'll have me on another time. They won't care. Because I had that big of an ego. I was like, oh, they'll just have me on another time. Thank you, Hot Take. Appreciate you, man.
This is a Mr. Krabs communist community. Socialism is not poverty. To be rich is glorious.
Oh my God, Hot Take. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Self-sabotage. Oh yeah, I was talking about Zerka. So the reason Zerka can see that this is bullshit is because Zerka doesn't just know me as the the Russia streamer. He knows me as the guy on his Royales who was the Kek W machine on the Royale. So Zerka's like, why would Russia pay me to go on Zerka's Royale and debate people about like big booty bitches and shit? Why? For what? What does Russia get out of that? You know? That's why he sees it's bullshit. Xiong, thank you so much, man.
I missed a Press TV interview for a similar reason.
Yeah. Yeah, but the CGTN one, I was like, because I learned my lesson, I was like, yeah, I'm taking this seriously now because, yeah. By the way, when I was on Twitch, you know, there were so many people that wanted to interview with me, and I just pushed it into the future, and I was just like, yeah, I'll push it in the future. So YouTube has made me take this more seriously as a job. Twitch, you know, the truth is, and this is the feeling I got when I came back to LA. Because I went to the LAX airport and it was a layover and I came to San Diego from there. Thank you, Bismuth. Appreciate you, man.
We are more than a community. We are a cult. 2 + 2 = 5.
Thank you so much, Bismuth. At the end of the day, guys, as much as I somewhat miss Twitch, I feel so much better being at YouTube. And the reason I'm saying that is because I feel like Twitch is such like an immature place. It's such like an infantile place. I feel like everyone there has Peter Pan syndrome. And the reason I couldn't be professional when I was on Twitch is I think it was because of that, right? But ever since I've come to YouTube, I feel like when I go to like the LAX airport, I actually feel like I'm one with the people now. When I was on Twitch, I felt like I was like in this other universe of like fucking like, I don't know, fucking gamers or some shit. And I was like, I had nothing in common with anyone. And I was just like an alien. And like, it was so like lonely, you know, not in a really bad way. It was like, oh yeah, I'm a Twitch streamer. So like, I'm like fucking pretty much a freak, right? But then when I came to YouTube, I was like, oh shit, I'm part of the world again, right? Like I'm actually a member of the society. I don't know, I guess YouTube is that much more legit, you know? And now I understood what Jackson always used to tell me, because Jackson was always like, dude, I don't get that Twitch shit. What is Twitch? And I was like, oh, you don't get it. It's such a cool little community. And now I'm like, especially after the drama recently, like, oh, fuck the whole Twitch community. Fuck that whole thing. You know what I mean? It's so cringy and like immature and fucking, and then like me and Jackson, you know, Jackson goes on Tucker, so it's so small in comparison to Twitch, you know? Yeah, Twitch is another world. It's a world I don't want to be part of anymore. Even if they unban me, I'm staying on YouTube. You guys know that? If I get unbanned on Twitch, I'm staying on YouTube. And I didn't know, I've made up my mind. Even if Twitch unbans me, I'm staying on YouTube. The only thing I might do on Twitch is do GTA RP streams and collabs with Twitch streamers, and I might go on other people's Twitch streams, but beyond that, I am staying on YouTube. I like it so much better here. So much better here. If Twitch unbanned me, I'm not going back. Even TwitchCon is like, I don't even know if I'm going to TwitchCon. TwitchCon is tomorrow. Talking about the convention center. I don't even know if I'm going to that because it's like, I mean, I can, but like, what do I want to? For what? So I can meet fucking Dream. You know what I mean? Like, thank you so much, Malha.
Peter Pan syndrome? They are androgynous traffickers of children with memory problems.
Jennifer, I remember when you were dissing YouTube when we didn't want to go to Twitch. Because I was like the FOMO. I was like, oh, I'm missing out on Twitch. That's where like everything cool is happening. And it's fucking not. And it took me a year to like You guys remember like at the tail end of my Twitch streams, I was literally like, ban me! Just do it! Get rid of me! I don't care anymore! Because I was done with it.
Banned on Twitter, thank goodness. But
why do you think I never took off the Putin is good banner? Because I was literally testing them. I was like, you're not going to ban me, bitch. I know you wouldn't. Because that would put me out of my misery if you did. Do it, bitch. Ban me. And they finally did. Do it. Putin is good. Get it over with.
Jackson Hinkle's on Tucker Carlson saying the most retarded
Wait,
shit.
Should Tucker Carlson be banned?
No, wait, hold on. How does a 20K Twitter follower...
Revlifter has been talking about me. I'm going to react to their thing, their podcast. But what do you mean? They said something on Twitter?
Dude, get on that shit. Like, where's Hinkle's big platform that got him on Tucker Carlson?
Dude, he gets 17,000 viewers on Rumble. He's huge.
I don't know if
Is
those are
he?
real viewers. But...
Does he really?
Yeah.
No, he is big, yeah.
No, does he actually get those viewership? I mean,
so
I'm not saying...
this was my second favorite part. Okay? When Zerka said Jackson's big, and then Destiny said, I don't know if those are real viewers. I think we're noticing a pattern where, like, these people are just outright denying reality because they can't even fucking believe it. Like, oh, yeah, those are not real viewers. Okay. I mean, what happened to the cope emoji? Like, wouldn't that be an appropriate use of the cope emoji? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean they're not real viewers? What, they're fake viewers? How? Okay. So is the live chat fake too?
Saying it's all
I don't know, but
was it fake when he went on Tucker Carlson? Is it fake when he gets like 20,000 likes on his tweets?
But he's got a nice new apartment that he took me to. He got money somehow.
Yeah, weird.
I mean, yeah, Destiny's theory might be.
I guess he's a KGB agent, right?
Yep, that's
Maybe
it.
Yeah, so it's, you know what's funny about Jackson is I remember when I was in LA with Jackson was like broke. We were both the same. We were both pretty much the same. He earned more than me still, but like he's in LA, so he's super broke because he fucking lives in LA. Back then, he was like broke pretty much. Like me and Jackson were like homeless pretty much. We were walking around LA like crackheads. So and then, you know, I don't know. And I literally remember talking to Jackson about Russia and Ukraine before the special operation. We were talking about, oh, is there going to be a war? And we were both very pro-Russia at the time. Before Russia gave us any money. So I don't know. Or before they could have given us any money, I should say. Whoopsies, I made a slip. before Russia had given us the, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands, because it's, I mean, all Russia really did is, like, they just get us Uber Eats, right?
As a secret OnlyFans.
He's KGB.
I mean,
By the way, Black Pope runs the world.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're KGB, bro. I think they're just
KGB
streamers.
doesn't exist. It's fucking.
Zerka's literally the voice of sanity. He's like, I think they're just streamers, dude. He's like, no, these are foreign agents.
Is it because he got on Tucker Carlson that you guys think he's KGB?
Do you guys know the
No, I think
Jesuits?
he's-
I
Do
think
you guys know the
he's-
Jesuits
he's-
run
he's-
the
he
he's-
world?
likes you, Zerka.
I didn't even hear what he said there.
Oh, you guys are all at the same. You guys are like Hydra.
He's just a useful idiot who's willing to take money to say whatever the Russian
Hiring.
government.
How
wants,
are we
right?
like a Hydra?
Who is that? Oh, I can't say that word on YouTube. Who is that? Who is that very colorful personality who's talking? Because I'm curious to know, like, what their source is. That, oh, he's a useful idiot that takes their money. Source. Any sources? Can we do a mod check for sources in the chat? Or is that only on Twitch?
And you're
Wait,
inside of this chat,
if he's
and
a
you're not
useful
with it.
idiot, why don't y'all debate him?
I already have multiple times, but there's literally no point. He won't respond to a single fucking thing you say. He just repeats the same talking points over and over again.
Another sign of psychosis is when you cannot comprehend, or when you basically shut down what a person who's contradicting your delusion says as indistinguishable, meaningless, like babble, or like repeating the same thing. Like, it's like a dialogue loop, pretty much. Thank you, Malhab.
Amira, Hinkle, and who else you can get together should form your own media platform like how Shapiro did and just be a force in the culture war.
We're not quite there yet, but in the future, those are possibilities. But yeah, one of the signs of psychosis is that you pretty much dialogue loop in terms of your interpretation of the other person's response, because you've denied the possibility that you could be wrong. So, like, you're just basically like if I say, like, oh yeah, the sky is purple, and they're like, no, it's blue. And then I'm like, no, it's purple, and they're like, no, well, here's the chemistry of, like, how it's blue, and they prove it. And then I'm like, you're just repeating the same thing. I mean, maybe, but that's because your point has been addressed and dismantled. But for some reason that you're not imperiling in any actual debate, you're still committing to the view that it's purple. So it's like you're the one who's looping. You're just, yeah, they're going to keep telling you it's blue and explaining to you how it's blue because you're not addressing their points.
I know, Destiny, you have, but I'm saying these guys.
I don't want to talk
Debate
to people
who?
like that who aren't willing to engage in reality.
Who is this fucking guy? Can anyone tell me who this fucking guy is? Does anyone know? Who's this person who's talking?
Their entire point is to just try to propagandize the audience.
And I don't
There's no
think
point
Hinkle
in
is one of the
having a
few people
conversation with
that.
them.
Yeah, Hinkle is not worth debate. Like, I already told James I'm not doing debates with him anymore because it's no point. He'll just repeat the same talking points over again. He doesn't.
Yeah, what we were gonna debate about wasn't even about Russia. Me and Jackson were gonna debate them about Biden and how Biden's track record has been doing. So it's like, what? You won't even debate that? How is he gonna repeat the same points when you haven't even heard his points about that? What points is he gonna repeat? You haven't heard them yet.
Like, engage. He's almost like you, except I don't treat you as like
What
a
about-
serious political figure.
What about Vosh? You guys think Vosh should have
Okay.
been platform?
No,
platform.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're looking out for each other. Whatever, okay? So that's enough of that. We're done with that boring stuff. Okay, so guys, we're gonna talk about Kanye. So Kanye West has caused a lot of trouble by doing something that is one of the most based things I've ever seen an artist do. ever in my life, probably. So Kanye, let me pull up the Instagram. Oh, the Instagram is gone. Well, I'll show you some stuff. So the first thing I'm going to show you is his conversation with his dad on Instagram. And then I want to show you this like smoking gun, incredible evidence. Wow. I mean, this is crazy, okay? Anyway. All right. So guys, so Kanye West, he had like some fashion show and he wore a shirt and it just said it said "White Lives Matter." Thank you, Ian. Appreciate you.
This is the same deranged excuse making used for the persecution of Assange. Free Assange. Free America. Free the world.
And the reason I found it so badass that he wore that is because it triggers. Imagine how like triggering that is. Like, I remember back when the debate was like, okay, Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. But then Kanye comes out, guns blazing, and he just says, "White Lives Matter." It's such a big fuck you. Thank you, Lucas. It's such a big fuck you to the Black Lives Matter movement. And I love him for doing it. I love him for doing it so much. It's such a big fuck you. Because it's like... He basically destroyed BLM, and he even said it. He said, "I destroyed BLM. You're welcome." He said, everyone knows BLM was a scam, so I destroyed it. You're welcome. And he did. He literally destroyed it because the Overton window has shifted so drastically. It used to be All Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter. Now it's whether is a White Lives Matter shirt acceptable or not. He shifted the Overton window. It's over. It's dead. Black Lives Matter is dead. Okay. And let me give you my thoughts on White Lives Matter. What's wrong with it? Thank you, Lex. Appreciate you.
Apologies for the delay, but here is your stipend from the All Union Society of Streamer Legal Scholars.
Oh my God. Lex Manca, thank you so much. Got even lawyers pitching in now. But anyway, so Kanye, the way I see it, I think the point of White Lives Matter, it's such a like beautiful thing that t-shirt he wore, because the whole point of it is that Black Lives Matter was such a vapid, cynical, stupid slogan that was clearly a scam. Because of course Black Lives Matter, of course, you know, people's lives matter, right? So Kanye was basically saying something that's equally vapid, which is that White Lives Matter. And he's like, pretty much Kanye's saying, like, this is just as stupid as Black Lives Matter. That's how I interpret the point of White Lives Matter. He's like, that's how fucking stupid it is. It's a vapid, stupid slogan. And he's such a badass for exposing it in that way. Because, okay, do White Lives Matter? Of course they do, right? So we agree Black Lives Matter. What else was there to it? Oh, what else was there to it was a fucking, $10 million house that the fucking scam founders, she fucking bought a house in a gated white community. The whole fucking thing was a scam. Black Lives Matter was the most condescending, stupid fucking bullshit scam. Oh, all these white people taking a knee. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, right? It was a carnival of virtue signaling that didn't make a damn difference as far as the condition of the black man and woman in this country. It didn't make a damn difference. What difference did it fucking make? Nothing. It was all this dumb virtue signaling that happened. Meanwhile, nothing changed. Prisons are still overrun with black people. Black communities are still in disrepair. And it was a scam. It was a cynical political scam. And he exposed it for as much. But there's something beautiful. There's more to this, okay? There's more to the story. And this is why I love Kanye. This is why he's so fucking real, okay? So this is Kanye West talking to his father. And his father is a former Black Panther, super educated. And he was laughing. And then Kanye said, I thought it was so funny. So did I. That was my response too. Because they're mocking Black Lives Matter. That was the point. And he said that a black man was declaring the obvious. But his father was a Black Panther. Now, there's actually something really interesting that happened. Okay? And I'm not pulling your leg here because I was shown evidence. I was shown some evidence, okay? So, for starters, I want to show you just a saga, right? So, yesterday, before Kanye did anything, Henry pointed out what Fred Hampton said. He said, white power to white people, brown power to brown people, yellow power to yellow people, black power to black people. And that is what the Black Panthers believe, by the way. The Black Panthers didn't believe in Black Lives Matter. The Black Panthers believed that every single people should be proud of who they are and should have dignity, and that in particular, as far as they were concerned, because they're in the black community and they're black themselves, they're for black power. But they said, but that's just us. You know, white people would come, oh, what can we do to help the Black Panther Party? They would say, well, form a White Panther Party. Don't be ashamed of being white. Be proud. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being white. That's not what we're here for. We're just trying to have black power, but I'm quoting Fred Hampton. We're okay with brown power, white power, and yellow power. We want everybody to be uplifted and proud of who they fucking are. We don't want anybody to live like a fucking worm. And that's what fucking liberalism is trying to make us do, is live like goddamn worms. That's what BLM is. We all become these virtue-signaling, moralistic fucking worms. We're not men anymore, we're fucking worms. And that's what they want to fucking turn us into. And the Panthers didn't believe in that fucking fake corporate bullshit, because they were actually about it. Now, let me show you how the saga develops. So, coincidentally, Kanye put on his Instagram story the same thing. We say to all people, all power to all people. We say white power to white people, we say white power to white people, brown power to brown people, and they would chant it, you know. X power to those we left out. X power to those we left out. Panther power to the Vanguard Party. Panther power to the Vanguard Party. This is what Kanye put on his Instagram story. Okay. And this guy, who I thought was trolling, said, I read this tweet from Henry, and then I found the exact quote and posted it on my Instagram. A friend of mine who works for Kanye then passed it on to him. Now, one of my colleague showrunners showed me this tweet. Then I said, he's just trolling, he's joking. And then he said, no, I looked up his name. I don't want to like reveal too much info, but let me read it right here. He is an actual professional director, freelance director, for fashion films. Like, he's a real guy who's involved in the industry. He was a director of the SXSW label showcase, the Pop Cube event for the RBMA thing, and Complex Magazine's 30 Under 30 music industry creatives. He's the real deal. And he does have connections. He is friends with someone who knows Kanye on Instagram. All of it was confirmed. That means Henry made a tweet that inspired Kanye to post that to his story. Isn't that fucking crazy? So this tweet of Henry's, again, I want to repeat this. This tweet by Henry is what inspired Kanye West, indirectly by one person, to make this. Because he put it on his Instagram, and then a friend of his told Kanye about it, and then Kanye posted it. So it literally started with Henry. Ain't that fucking crazy? Look at that. Now let me bring something else. Oh no. What happened? What happened? Oh man. What happened? What the hell happened? Oh my. All right, we're back. Now, when I ask you to name an artist who represents MAGA communism, who comes to mind? Well, we know Kanye ticks the hat when it comes to MAGA, but now he's quoting Black Panthers. His father was a Black Panther. Pretty sure Kanye is some kind of communist. Pretty sure he is, right? Because he believes in what the Black Panthers believed. Well, there's more evidence to add to the collection, the pile. We're adding more evidence to the pile. I'll show you the evidence we're adding to the pile. Look at this. This is pretty irrefutable and airtight. Ready? Dun, dun, dun. Look at that. Look at that. Now, if that don't convince you, I don't know what won't. Or what will. But this is what he posted to his Instagram. And it's one of the shirts he has. And there's actually more context behind this too. Because Kanye actually was partially raised in China. His mother was a teacher, I think, in China. And he grew up there. And that was in the 80s or something. I mean, that was a long time ago, right? So, and then he has a father who was a Black Panther. So Kanye's got the connections, okay? Yeah, that's it. Prism's got it. Mike Tyson, who has a Mao tattoo, Terry Crews, and Kanye are all Maoists, and I actually do believe that. So Kanye, I want to officially announce, based on this airtight evidence, that Kanye's officially the leader of the MAGA communist movement. Well, he's the creative leader. He's the artistic leader. And I'm officially announcing that in my official capacity. And let it be known, let it be shouted out from the highest rooftops that this is the case. Pretty great. Pretty great stuff. Want to make sure that we have that much covered and agreed upon. That's the case. So the White Lives Matter thing that he wore, that shirt has embroiled him in a huge level of controversy. It's caused a big ruckus. It's caused a big, a big conversation going on. Everyone's saying, oh, he can't say that. They always say that, this is what I love about what he did. I want to say one more thing about what I love about what he did. There are always people who are like, thank you, Chris, appreciate you.
I voted for Kanye in 2020.
That is not a wasted vote. That's at least you can have a dignified vote. Thank you so much, Chris Morlock. There's one more thing. People always say shit like, "Oh, you can't say White Lives Matter because that's associated." That was like when they said about All Lives Matter. People like, "Oh, Black Lives Matter." They're like, "All Lives Matter." Like, "Oh, well, All Lives Matter is associated with this, and that." And they're like, "There's all these indirect connections." And Kanye's an artist. He don't buy it, and he's right not to buy it. Kanye wore the Trump hat, and I'm like, oh, no, indirectly, and they're like connecting all the dots. That means you're a Nazi. And then Kanye says, White Lives Matter. Oh, the Southern Poverty Law Center said that the only people who say that are Nazis, and it's a secret code word, handshake by Confederates. It's just like the OK symbol, right? And all these other symbols, like Pepe the Frog and all these other things. You know what Kanye said? Kanye said, huh? Nah, I don't buy it. That's bullshit. Kanye's like, no, White Lives Matter just means White Lives Matter. And you can suck a dick with whatever else kind of fucking bullshit you're trying to spin. But white lives matter just means white lives matter. It don't mean nothing else. Now, you can try to say that all these other people think it means something else as far as they're concerned. I don't give a fuck, right? So Kanye is basically saying he's controlling the meaning. He's defining the meaning. Just like when he wore that MAGA hat, he changed the meaning. He doesn't give a fuck about the meaning that people think has to exist because they connected all these
Daily
dots.
oil and natural gas dividend from the Abiotic Oil Company, a Texas Taliban and Kanye Khanate joint venture.
Thank you, Shrimp. Guys, notice this is a trend that lefties do all the fucking time. Like, you'll say some shit like, oh yeah, the globalists. And they're like, that is clearly anti-Semitic. You are clearly talking about Jewish people because some groups, and it's like, are you sure? I mean, why does everything's in code? This is such like a stupid, sterile, fucking uncreative, retarded fucking worldview, right? That things just don't mean what they mean. You're signaling things. You're secretly code word. No, we're not, bitch. Things would mean what they fucking mean. Because people think that there's just some meaning that's established out there that you have to submit to and respect. And Kanye said, I don't give a fucking do that. If I want to wear a Trump hat, I'll wear a fucking Trump hat. If I want to say white lives matter, he'll fucking say, or he'll wear it on his shirt. What's going to stop him? What's going to stop him? Some fucking journalist going, actually, it's associated. Who cares what it used to be associated with? This is what it's associated with now. I guarantee you it's associated with that now because Kanye is more famous than all those people. So he changed the meaning. Now it means that. You can try to claim it used to mean something else, but this is what it means now. That's what it means now. That's what matters. All right. I think that's all we have for the Kanye segment. What we're going to do... So where does Rev Left Radio talk about MAGA communism? Is it just the Larouche episode they have? And by the way, Larouche is the one who funds me and pays for everything. So if you don't know Donald Parkinson, we're going to react to this. We're going to react to this. So this is Rev Left Radio, which is a cuckold radio of cucks. I don't know what else to say. Bunch of bitch-ass people. That's what Rev Left Radio is. And we are gonna react to this episode, which... Do they have a MAGA communism episode? Oh, it's on their Spotify. Okay, well, let me see. Because it's not on their website. Okay, here it is. I found it. Calling it online tailism. Now, people are saying that this is like the definitive debunk of MAGA communism, and this is such like a powerful episode. So it's someone named Alisan and Brett. So before we get into this, I'm gonna respond to the criticisms of this video. Before we do that, I'm gonna go take a piss. So I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm back. That was so relieving. Okay, we're gonna react to this. And also, oh fuck, I forgot about the Kanye interviews. So I feel like those are gonna be icing on the cake. After this, we're gonna react to Kanye and Tucker Carlson. Possibly, if we have time. If we have leftover time. By the way, we're probably not going to watch this whole thing chronologically, but we're going to, like, skip around for the substance.
Probably worth taking.
Is this a woman or a man? I can't tell with these leftists.
An episode to talk about. We'll get a little bit into why we think that's the case, but that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Brett, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, that was the woman. I got it.
Maybe you can give our listeners a sense of why this is something we think is worth intervening in.
Sure, yeah, because I think this is important. I think both...
Who is this? Is this, Amanda? Oh, this is the guy, Brett? Okay, got it. I can't tell, right? I really can't.
Allison and I had an initial impulse to just, ignore it. It's so absurd on its face, especially to people who, have been in the game.
Monsieur Z, what's up, man? Got a check mark. What up, bro?
For a very long time, like Allison and I. And, it's like this idea of, like, don't even give them steam and momentum. But on the other hand, we both kind of agreed that when a movement arises and it manifests and it's dressing itself in the garb of our tradition of Marxism.
Okay, what qualifies you to possess that tradition? Why is it your tradition? What have you done? What have you done to make it your tradition? What makes you a qualified gatekeeper, you fat retard loser? No, think about it. He said it's our tradition. Based on what? What have you ever accomplished, you fucking idiot? You're not in a position to gatekeep anything. You didn't build some great state like the Soviets did or the Chinese did. You didn't take power anywhere. You don't have a fucking tradition. Who the fuck are you? You're just some fucking fat hipster living in Seattle, Washington. Your tradition? Based on what? What gives you the right to gatekeep anything? And before you try to say, oh, we're going to turn that right back at you, Haas, I'm not gatekeeping shit. I'm not saying, oh, we have this little thing going on. No, we don't. We don't have shit, is what I always say. We have nothing. There is no fucking Western left. There's no fucking Western communist left. There's none. Nada. We're just trying to build one. But you're saying we can't build one because you, the gatekeeper, don't approve of it. Well, who the fuck are you?
Pushing anti-Marxist, anti-communist, chauvinistic, reactionary elements.
Okay, I hope throughout the duration of this episode, we are going to get an actual argument about why it's anti-communist or anti-Marxist, rather than just have to implicitly assume this is the case.
We have a special obligation to speak up. So if this is just a random right-wing thing or...
Based.
Braid and Allison are ultra-leftists and they proudly reject China.
Thank you, Lysenko. So because they've conformed to the Ford Foundation's cultural agenda, that gives them claim to the entire tradition of Marxism. And China doesn't have any claim to that tradition because their interpretation of Marxism is correct. And the reason their interpretation of Marxism is correct is because they say so, right? Or is there any external measurement or test of the correctness of their interpretation we can consult beyond maybe some kind of formal, logical, axiomatic type of thinking that is in contrast, explicitly so, to the dialectical method?
It popped up in the anarchist community, and the other anarchists had to deal with it. That's one thing.
Let's deal with it.
And I think it'll give us an opportunity to clarify.
4 minutes to talk about what he wants to do instead of actually doing anything.
So one is kind of the strategic idea that the communist movement, not the left, because they do try to distinguish themselves from the left, but
we don't think there's an existing communist movement in America. That's an important thing you've got to keep in mind. We don't think there is one. We don't think there is one. So that's an important piece of the puzzle. Don't you think? Red ambiance.
Infrared just keeps rising.
What the fuck? Yo, bro. Red ambiance. Thank you, man. Wow, we're to this. Oh my god, we're still just getting so many donations. It's unbelievable.
Communism needs to primarily rally MAGA supporting disenfranchised Republican voters, more or less.
We say MAGA people because there's a political realignment going on with the two parties, which MAGA is seriously upset. So when you say Republican voters, are you talking about the suburban voters that are fleeing to the Democratic Party en masse? You know, it's just such an opportunistic use of words.
And that in doing so, it is important for communists to reject liberalism and embrace kind of a set of right-wing social positions in terms of being anti-Black Lives Matter,
Okay, so you know how I can dismiss this entire podcast without even watching anything more? They didn't do the reading. So in Brahmins of Democracy, in 3 of my Substacks, Brahmins of Democracy, the Pat Sox Split, and the MAGA Communism one, those 3 together, I very much give a strong theoretical foundation for the rejection of wokeness that has to do with the class analysis of the origins of wokeness and its significance. So it has nothing to do with Taylorism. It has nothing to do with the fact that wokeness is unpopular is just a symptom. We're not saying we have to distance ourselves from wokeness because wokeness isn't popular. We're saying we have to reject wokeness because wokeness is the ideology of the ruling class, for example. So right off the bat, they have the whole fucking thing wrong.
Antifa, anti-trans, and anti-LGBT generally, and kind of bring the...
Yeah, Stalin was just tailing behind rural farmers in Nebraska.
Into a communist context in order to appeal to these people. So that would be...
Nope. No one said that. Nope. 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 We're not doing it to appeal to anyone. We actually reject those things for actually, like, demonstrable, consistent, coherent reasons. So you've just fucking completely dropped the fucking ball right away, right?
One aspect of what's going on there, how much they are anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ, they'll contest. Again, there are people...
No, we won't. I'm not contesting shit.
...who, you know, align themselves under this label.
Fuck the LGBT movement. How's that for a contestation? Fuck the whole LGBT movement. I'm not contesting anything. Fuck the whole LGBT movement, which is an imperialist movement created by the fucking Ford Foundation and the Rockefellers. And just because somebody has an alternative sexual lifestyle don't mean that they're part of the LGBT movement. I don't give a fuck what people's sexual lifestyle is in private. Would President Haas ban pride parades? Yes. Would President Haas make pride parades illegal? Yes. Would it be a criminal offense to engage in sexual acts in public under President Haas's regime? Yes.
Who would say, oh, we just kind of have a live and let live approach to it. There are people...
What do you mean? Are you talking about people's private lives? We don't care about that. Are you talking about the movement? Yeah, we're actually against it, 100%. You didn't even do your fucking homework, did you? You must have us confused with the Pat Sock Dems.
People who consider themselves traditionalists who align themselves under it. So there's a broad range here, but these kind of more chauvinist right-wing social attitudes being grafted in.
Okay, she's using a lot of words. Right-wing, chauvinist. There's no justification for why they are those things. And that's where the meat and potatoes of this is really going to lie. If I press them, why is it chauvinistic and why is it right-wing? They're going to be like, well, because what LGBT movement is really about is equality. And that means it's left-wing. And therefore, if you reject it, you're right-wing. And that's where I'm going to destroy them on a theoretical, philosophical, and rhetorical level. But they won't. I mean, obviously, these people will never debate me about any of this. They'll just fucking run their mouths like a fucking idiot on their stupid podcast, making a fucking ass of themselves.
to what they are calling a communist program is sort of one aspect of it. Anything else you want to kind of dive into there, Brett?
Yeah, whatever they end up saying, any individual says about being anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ, you can just see the rhetoric in these spaces. You can see some of the talk.
Fuck the LGBT movement. And the amount of genders that exist rhymes with who?
Heads, really just get into it on Twitter using just completely reactionary language about trans people. In some corners of this movement.
Why is it reactionary? Can you explain why it's reactionary, you fucking idiot? Were the Bolsheviks reactionary with regard to the progressive trends happening in the West? Was Stalin a reactionary? The Soviets didn't even like jazz music. You know what I mean? Just because you're not just because you reject the latest trend that comes out of the fucking Ford Foundation.
Revolutionary Trot Radio. Also, isn't half our movement queers and women? Cack.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I don't know about half, but it's a big number. Yeah, just because you reject the latest trend, the latest fashionable trend, doesn't make you a fucking reactionary, because the word reactionary isn't about fashions and trends. It's a political word referring to one's relationship to processes of political change. Did you know that? It's about politics. It's not about what you think of the LGBT movement or the trans thing. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Quote unquote movement. There's this idea that the LGBTQ movement.
Now the conceit has been that those cultural views are associated with a reactionary politics. That was a view the left decided to adopt uncritically during the Obama years, when Obama was associated with political change. It was literally his slogan, change, and everyone who was resisting Obama was pretty much called a reactionary, including the people who resisted the cultural policies being adopted then. But was Obama's movement really a movement of political change? Or was it actually a reactionary phenomenon? Well, it proved to be reactionary, clearly. And I'll tell you why it was reactionary. Is this mic on? Because I know these people call themselves Trotskyists, which means they at the very least retain a tangential relationship to Lenin's theories. Hey, retards. Did you know that according to Lenin, under imperialism, the bourgeoisie is reactionary? That means all the latest trends, all the latest fashions, and all the latest the development of bourgeois progress is literally reactionary under imperialism. Did you know that according to Lenin? Under imperialism, the bourgeoisie has no revolutionary role, and it's a completely reactionary class. Did you know that? Did you know he said that? Did you know he said that? You fucking stupid dimwit bitch. Did you know he said that? You stupid fucking worthless idiot bitch. Because if I confronted you with this fact, you would just do what? You would just insult me on your little snide Twitter ironic comments. Oh, two halls, and we're gonna laugh at you. Shut you, fucking cocksucker bitch is what you are. Fucking dumbass.
In general is a psyop, or is, it has a psyop element to it, and is not just regular people that have been LGBTQ, just asking for rights and basic human dignity after being deprived of it for millennia. It's like, so there's that conspiratorial.
Again, what they just said, you have so much to unpack. Before you can go and define what a reactionary is, you need to explain to us. Okay, first of all, let's begin with rights. What does it mean to grant people rights? Because, I don't know if you know this, but it's a big philosophically contested thing in history and in the context that gives rise to Marxism in particular. What is right? What is the nature of right? What did Marx say about the nature of right? What are rights? Let's begin there. What are human rights? What are the rights of man of the French Revolution? And how could you possibly deprive people of rights for thousands of years when there was no universal bourgeois state? So from square one, you fucked up Marxism. To speak of universal human rights in the era preceding the universal bourgeois state, first of all, is retarded. Because the modern category of right does not even have the material premises with which it could emerge. So how could you even talk about that? Now, secondly, universal rights are political rights. They are rights to partake in the sovereignty of the state. They're political. Anything beyond that is completely meaningless. There are no cultural rights, for example. You can't give rights to a culture. You can't give rights to a sexuality. Now, the Bolsheviks gave rights to nationalities and languages and ethnicities as an extension of the bourgeois principle of right, of democratic rights. Why? Because they had to fulfill, because there's this idea of simultaneity of the proletariat and democratic revolutions. So they deepened the revolution and gave nationalities rights. These were concrete political rights. For example, the right to institutionalize your language in schools, or the right to secede. These aren't just cultural, they're political, okay? Those are political rights because the principle of nationality corresponds with the universal state of rights. But now you're saying there's rights for sexuality, and that makes no sense. Now you could say, okay, there's women's rights. What are women's rights? Okay, it's the right to vote and to be treated as an equal citizen before the law. Okay. We agree that the historical teleology bends in the direction of universal rights being universal. The universal rights of the state extending to everyone, regardless of their sexuality, gender, and background. Okay. Okay, well, sexual minorities have equal political rights. Everyone in we have equal political rights in general. We do have them, with very small exceptions, right? So what do you mean by rights? What do you mean by their rights? Do you mean the right for me to address someone in the pronouns they prefer me to address them in? Well, that has not. You're using the word right, but it's incoherent. That has nothing to do with what rights are. So you see how these people, they just mouth off, and there's so much to unpack. And they take it for granted because they're going to get away with it in their virtue signaling little circles, despite how fucking stupid it is, right?
Real aspect. I've seen some of them, even some of their talking heads, who when I say that, I mostly mean Hinkle and Haas, but a few others, talk about like patriarchal communism.
Based?
Really play up basic machismo.
Based?
You know.
You mean like Fidel Castro and Che Guevara did? You mean like how the Soviets did? First of all, let me ask you guys a question. Can you name me a communist state that wasn't machismo? When you think of North Korea, do you think of a fucking femboy? Do you think of a fucking effeminate glasses-wearing bitch like the guy on this fucking podcast? No, you don't. Because it's always fucking been that. Always. Even the lyrics of the music from communist states says shit like that. Like, we need to rise and be men, or what was that Soviet song? We'll beat them with our steel chests. Just shit like, it's like they say it. You know what I mean? It's extremely masculine. Fucking Soviet anthem is extremely... Joseph Stalin, he's called the man of steel. He's not called the they-them of steel. He's not called the they-them little snowflake flower. He's called the man of steel. Yeah, these these things are here from the very beginning.
Like, as this element of what they're trying to do here. And again, you know, for somebody like me, I'm very sensitive to like very ego-driven people,
So here we go. You're sensitive to ego-driven people. Translation. You're sensitive to people that are far more beloved and successful than you will ever be in your entire fucking life. And you feel like I'm stealing it from you. All of the love and support my community shows me, that belongs to you, and I stole it from you. So that means I'm a narcissist and I have a big ego because you're projecting the lack of appreciation that you get onto me.
Capitalism creates
Thank you, Hot
beasts.
Take.
Socialism creates men. Fidel Castro.
I mean, well, I don't know. I guess they're coming at this from a Trotsky perspective, in which case they'd be right. Trotsky was a little bitch. So I guess they're correct. Trotsky was a little bitch. What is the response when someone identifies as a they, them in person? Get away from them as fast as possible. That's my response.
ego-driven personality movements. And I see a lot of ego and overconfidence. It's like a Dunning-Kruger effect with a lot of these people. There's this...
Okay, would you debate? I have Dunning-Kruger. Could you debate me? Why don't you just do it for the sake of it? You're going to say, well, if I debate you, you're just going to yell. Okay. You want to bet? I remember Asatar Bear debated me, and that guy fucking had his whole career taken away.
Sense that a lot of them, you know, are pretty new to these ideas, have not put in the work of actually
10 years. No, over 10 years. Over 10 years is the time frame of my familiarity with these ideas.
Understanding, you know, the complexities of Marxist theory and history.
It's so much bluffing going on. I know more about the complexities of Marxism than not only you, but every single person you know combined. And I could bet on that. And let's test that in any kind of fucking controlled way. Whether it's anything to compare my level of knowledge of Marxism to yours.
And are just kind of circulating and gravitationally orbiting these personalities, and they're very egoic, and they lack all humility, and that's always going to be a...
Yo, you're just confusing your weakness for humility. No, you're just a weak little bitch. Is this the woman talking or the man? I literally cannot tell. I'm not even just memeing, by the way.
Turn off, because I specifically think, especially when we're in this realm of...
Yeah, I know my streams are a turnoff to glasses wearing maggots and cuckolds. I know it is. I don't want you in my fucking audience. I don't want your fucking support. I do everything I can to filter you fucking people out of here. I know you don't like this, because it's not for you. You ever thought about that? This shit ain't for you.
Marxism and revolution, that this is complicated stuff. There's a lot of history here. I've always...
The thing about me is that, like, I cite this history off the dome on the regular. You guys know that about me, right? I'll be talking about pancakes and I'll randomly cite a fun fact about the fucking role pancakes had in bringing together the fucking Erfurt program or some fucking random fact. Oh, did you know that Lazare fucking baked Marx some pancakes and that's why Marx didn't... Like, I'll literally just cite random factoids. That's how much that's how much of an intimate level of detail and knowledge I have of the history of Marxism.
Made the argument that you know, knowledge and analysis on the communist left is done communally and in unity.
So this is a very funny objection. So here's what they're saying. Right? I don't like when people think critically and engage in ruthless criticism by the independent use of thought. It turns me off when people engage in the independent use of thought, because for me, the truth of Marxism is a truth based in consensus. Yes, it's discursive knowledge. It's knowledge based in consensus, where we all sit in a little circle, and that's what it is. So that's what they're saying. I don't like when people step out of the left Democrat farm scam and basically say, fuck you, suck a cock, and let's think for ourselves. Let's dare to know. Let's do what Marx did to the young Hegelians. Let's do that. Let's do what Marx did to the young Hegelians. Or better yet, let's do what Lenin did to the Social Democrats. No, you can't do it, Lenin, because the social... Oh, no, Marx, you can't... Nah, suck a dick. Suck a fucking dick. Let's do what Mao did to Comcon and the Soviet bloc. Let's do what Mao did to that. No, we can't do it. Well, that's all Marxism is. Your, I don't know the specific technical term. Your, theory, your, like, I guess, theory of, what would I call this? Sociological epistemology is in complete contrast to the history of Marxism. No, knowledge in Marxism is not about some consensus by some fucking echo chamber community. I mean, you can suck a dick. I don't give a fuck about you. You're an ant. You're a fucking piece of dust. You're a fucking cockroach. You're a fucking worm. What are you owed? The whole point of this is to create a mass movement and reach the working class. We haven't even done square one. And you want me to sit here and give a fuck about your feelings and what you think, you bitch? Show me your results. If the goal is to reach the workers, where are your fucking results? I have to give a fuck about you, and I have to go through you gatekeeping bitch, to be a fucking Marxist. I have to go through you. Who are you? What, based on what authority? At least the Soviet bureaucracy said, we are the official proletarian dictatorship and we represent the power of the state. Okay, that's... Mao still said, fuck you, but okay. But who are you? What? Who the fuck? You're literally like some random mentally ill retard in Seattle. You're a fucking nobody. Fuck you. My ego turns you off. Okay, suck my dick then. I'm not fucking here to be your dad. I'm not here to fucking make you feel good, you fucking pussy. Somebody should probably fucking point their finger at you and shame you for being such a fat slob anyway. Go to the fucking gym and, you know, thank you, Soapbox.
Popping in to say great job on the MAGA Communism video. I was personally impressed with how natural interviewing seemed for you. Looking forward to more.
Oh, thank you so much, Soapbox. And that was on 1 hour of sleep, so imagine the kind of machine I'm gonna be when I'm fully have my shit together.
In with actual practice on the ground.
You know, it's like, this is look, it's when I see, this is my problem. When I read tweets, I read them in my voice, or I read them in a voice of someone like who's an actual human being. So like when a dude makes a tweet, I'm like, and if they don't show their soy picture, I'm like, I read it in my voice, or you know what I mean? Or if a woman is tweeting, I read it in what I imagine to be a woman's voice. And then I listen to this podcast and I realize these people are cockroaches. Who gives a fuck what they think? It'd be one thing if they were making substantive criticisms in good faith and actually doing their homework about what we've said. But who, I don't care what this fucking person thinks. I'll run over this person in a video game. Like I'll push them aside into the locker as I run to the fucking cafeteria to get my fucking hamburger. I don't give a fuck about this dweeb. Who the fuck is this? This is the person that you make trip in the hallway in high school and you don't even say sorry because they're invisible to you. Who the fuck are they?
There's a lot of anti-organizer and anti-organizing rhetoric,
you're saying, right? And we need to wrestle with that and think about the distinctions there.
Right, absolutely. 2 more points up front before we move into this. I want to say up front that I don't want to pretend that this is a principled disagreement between genuine Marxists, right? I had a friend, I'm not going to say who it is.
Okay, based on what?
A comrade.
I agree it's not, because you're not a Marxist at all.
A good person, somebody who I've worked with in the past, kind of present this disagreement, even taking the right side of the argument, but presenting it like, hey, there's a lot of name calling going on. There's a lot.
Yeah, there is. You're a little bitch, ugly freak, retard. And if I ever had to call someone like you my comrade, I would fucking quit politics.
A lot of, basically presenting this as like, this is a legitimate, you might disagree with it, I disagree with it, but this...
I say, oh, you may disagree with me, but I hate you either way. Even if you agreed with me, I'd still roast the shit out of you, because you're such a fucking degenerate fuck.
This is a legitimate Marxist formation, they have legitimate ideas, we shouldn't be name-calling, we shouldn't be treating these people...
No, actually, I want to make something clear to leftists, and I don't know if I made this clear before, but I'm going to make it clear now. That ship sailed a long time ago. Yeah, a year ago I might have said something like that. Yeah, why don't we just stop name-calling and be civil? That used to be me. After what they said about Daria, you think this is about name-calling now? You think we're just gonna accept you if you don't call us names? Your fate is sealed. Your verdict has come out a long time ago. No. Even if you suck my cock and beg me, won't make a fucking difference.
All of the criticism you have ever received has been focused on the form and not the
Thank
content.
you, Diogenes. Appreciate you. Well, we're past that point. We're past that point of, oh, let's put aside or just... No, we're past that point. Now I drew a red line. You're with these fucking inhuman pieces of shit, or you're on the side of humanity. There's no in between. The fact that there's a discourse and there's a community of people that even have to debate about whether their response to Dario was acceptable, that whole fucking thing should burn in hell. The whole fucking thing. The fact it's even a discourse, that alone condemns it. It makes it fucking rotten to the core. So if you dwell in that discourse, you are my personal enemy. And there is no amount of ass kissing you can do to me that will ever make me forgive you. And I mean that.
Like they're enemies or like they're anathema, we should really engage with these arguments, blah, blah, blah. And I just want to say that I just really disagree with that, because I do not think that we are on the same side. This is not analogous to, for example, like left comms and Leninists and Maoists disagreeing about theory, right? Oh, sure, we're all Marxists. We might call each other.
No, you're not. You're all leftists. You're all creatures of the Ford Foundation. And you LARP in different costumes, but you have the same NGOs that fucking fund your shit at the end of the day. Whenever you go out marching or doing anything, it's the same fucking NGOs who are behind everything. That's your community. That's what glues it together. No, it's not God who glues it together. It's not fate. It's not the workers. It's not some like natural thing. It is an artificial creation. And we have proven that. We have proven that. Because we've stepped outside of their agenda, and that enough was to unite all of you, whether you're Trotskyists or Maoists, or whatever the fuck else, or NAFO liberals. You've all rallied together against us. Even at the expense of fundamental principles. Like, for example, if anti-imperialism is the thing you care about the most, why do you, anti-infrared, anti-imperialists, supposedly, why do you ally with NAFO against us? You even ally with neo-Nazis against us. You don't even have any fucking principles. Your principles are an allegiance to the ruling class and the agenda of the ruling class and the institutions of the ruling class. That's the only fucking consistent thread that holds it together. If it was about principle, you wouldn't ally with neo-Nazis and NAFO-libs against us, but you do routinely and consistently. So what is it really fucking about? I agree with you. I agree with you. This is not a disagreement between friends. You are my fucking enemy. Did you think we forgot? Do you think we're ever gonna forget? You scum. We're not trying to convince you of anything. We're just here to expose to the people we really care about, which is the MAGA people, that you have no claim to Marxism. That's all we're doing here. We're saying, hey, MAGA people, you know these people that call themselves communists and Marxists? They're full of shit. Don't worry about them. We know they're the reason you hate Marxism. Don't worry about them. We're not doing this for you, you fat slob. We don't give a fuck about you. You think this is still a debate or a discourse? You're an ant. And we will never forget, by the way. Just understand, we will never forget.
Names and fling shit, but we have disagreements fundamentally rooted in the core philosophy and history and theory formation. It's on the American,
a kind of more new right formation in Europe that would draw on people like Evola, people like Schmidt, who are certainly critical of.
So they're saying we're just the German conservative revolution 2.0. No, we're not. Why? Because I have a rigorous critique of the German conservative revolution and the essence of that phenomena, where it was a displaced philosophical movement. What was happening in the Soviet Union had no philosophical articulation. So it, in a displaced way, was articulated in all the wrong ways in the German conservative revolution. It was a right step in the wrong direction, or whatever that is, right? And then Lukács was a social democrat. He did not articulate the significance of Leninism. So the critique has always been the German conservative revolution was right to recognize that something new has occurred, let's say historically, that has outmoded classical modernity and Anglo-Saxon classical modernity. But my critique of the German conservative revolution, has those thinkers like Schmidt and the rest, has always been that they were never able to articulate a critique of Anglo-Saxon modernity in positive terms. It was always in negative terms. It was always what is not. They never arrived at the positive being of, for example, contradiction, which is what dialectical materialism is about. But their critique was correct. But Western Marxists never engaged in that critique. Like Lukács, he had to reject Engels' dialectics of nature to preserve the continuity of Anglo-Saxon modernist dogmatism and this fundamental presumption. So that's my critique of the German conservative revolution, is really they didn't go far enough. Thank you, Hassan. Appreciate you.
Allying with NAFO-libs, they're at least consistent because they do think Russia is equal to the US, both imperialist.
Yeah. Skipped an important part.
Americans having good American families, etc., right? And the sort of North Star figure for these folks is like Viktor Orban of Hungary. Formation, it's on the American right. It's kind of gaining steam online, and with some candidates like Blake Masters, like Peter Thiel and his whole political.
That's just Bannon and his. These people are so inconsistent. They say, first of all, they say Larouche. The Schiller Institute is at war with the Bannon faction, and always has been. And they say Larouche Pack and Schiller are enemies. over China. And I'm not saying it's a friendly enemy. They're like they don't recognize each other as the successors of the Larouche movement. So they're totally different. And then finally, the Schiller Institute has been at the forefront of exposing the Peter Thiel and Bannon new right. I mean, Daniel Burke literally sends me the evidence when I was talking to him about it. He said, this is Bannon's contacts in Europe. These are all who he's connected with. A lot of shady, glowy shit. And it's elements of the ruling class trying to prepare for war with China. Daniel, he tells me that all the time himself. And he's the Schiller Institute representative for infrared
project. It gets into like Kurdish Yarvin monarchism and weird shit like that.
Okay, but I thought we're LaRouche. Now we're the Bannon faction. Which one is it? So are we part of the new right or are we LaRouche? Because these things you're lumping together are viciously at war with each other.
But basically, the core of the new right is like, let's marry social conservatism and even like political conservative authoritarianism with basically social democratic, pro-family, what would be called left populist economic policy.
Okay, so Mao and Stalin were new rightists, but you just said Maoists are your leftist allies. So which one is it? Because Mao and Stalin were both very socially conservative. And just because they gave women rights and shit doesn't mean on a cultural level they're very conservative, okay? On a cultural level, if you ask Soviets, what is a man, what is a woman? They're going to give you the answer that women take care of kids and men defend the family. They'll say that in China too. Can they do other things? Yeah, but that's like the primary gender roles that exist and still exist in those countries.
So this is like, we're hardcore right-wingers, conservative, social values. We'll even use political authoritarianism to cement those values. But what's needed is like a rejection of right-wing libertarian free market orthodoxy and like,
It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Look how for this fucking glasses wearing retard, everything's just an abstraction. It's all like a political spectrum ideology. It couldn't possibly, like, what are the things you're talking about even referring to? Are we talking about an idea of social conservatism? Or are we talking about the basic norms and wisdoms and instincts of everyday people? Are we talking about culture in its material actuality? Or do we just have an agenda to, like, make everyone look trad and shit? You know what I mean? Like, you're reducing everything into an ideological abstraction as if none of this is grounded in actual reality. No, you're the ones who have an ideological agenda with your LGBT, whatever the fuck movements. You're the ones who've got the agenda. We're just talking about reality that resists your agenda.
We should promote through...
God, have Brett and I really gotten in?
It's really good to just tail right, because there's a lot of money and a lot of fame and a lot of...
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Not when you contradict all of the prevailing and established right-wing ideologies. So drawing from right-wing audiences is hard.
Stardom and followers to be had on that side of things.
No, by the way, just because we're bigger than you what are you even talking about? Who's bigger, me or Hassan? Who's more of a star, me or Hassan Piker?
It's a much more dreary, toiling existence to be a principled Marxist, no matter where the broader cultural...
Fucking cocksucker. I'm so sick of this shit, man. Get it out of here. Get it the fuck out of here. Because this is what they've always said. I'm a failure because I'm principled. That's why I'm a fucking failure. The reason I'm such a failure and I'm so incompetent, I'm such a fucking loser for decades, is because I'm principled. And then they feel good about being such fucking losers and failures because they've convinced themselves they're somehow principled. You're not principled, you little bitch. You're just a fucking weak cuck. You're not principled about anything. You're just dwelling in a safe space of your own creation. And you call that principled. It's not fucking principled. Oh, I'm not like Haas, who has like thousands of followers. I'm principled. No, you're a fucking incompetent bitch. You could never relate to another fucking human being. Why? Because you're a loser. You're a failure. You're not principled. You're just fucking, I'm just better than you. It's not that I'm unprincipled. I'm just better than you. Smarter. I'm more knowledgeable. I'm better at doing what I do than your fucking shitty podcast could ever dream of doing. It's not because I'm unprincipled. I'm more principled than you. Why? Because I busted open the doors as a Marxist-Leninist communist, and I said fuck you to every single person in the West who was calling themselves that. That's principled. That takes balls. You want to know why I have this fucking chat right here and have this fucking community? Because I got fucking balls. They see I have balls and they respect it. Because I say, fuck you and suck a cock. I don't give a fuck if that alienated me from the whole left. Please sit here and tell me. Thank you, Ruptured.
Hey Hayes, how lucrative is it selling Marxism-Leninism to right-wing people? Some fat stacks to be made, I'm sure.
Of course.
Here are some more rubles.
Thank you, Ruptured. Let me ask you a question. Please sit here and tell me. No, please, I want you to sit here and tell me. When you were at 1,000 followers on Twitter, you were getting attacked by every segment of the online left. Please tell me you're not going to abandon Marxism or communism. That didn't even cross my mind. See, you know how I know you would fold? You know how I know you're unprincipled and you would fold if you were ever tested? It's because people like you, who were tangentially associated with the Patsock sphere, as soon as 5 infrared people ratio you, you completely jump ship and assume the opposite political ideology. So I'm pretty sure if the left dogpiled on you severely enough, which probably wouldn't be that much, you would just become a right-winger. That never crossed my mind. First, I stood my ground and they dogpiled me, and I never fucking changed. I didn't change a goddamn fucking thing from the fucking moment I went live. Don't fucking sit here and tell me you could withstand that kind of social dynamics, because you fucking can't. Because I believe in this shit. I don't care about the social reputation or the accreditation or the stature it earns me. That's what you're all doing this. It's all part of the social games of status and stature and what is my social standing and how much of what I say is going to earn me ire and how much of what I say is going to make me accepted by these communities. I didn't give a fuck about any of that. Want to know why? Because before I hit the fucking live button, I was alone for years believing in what I did. All I did was hit the fucking live button. I never gave a fuck about you. Or your fucking little left bullshit community. You fucking cocksucking bitch.
Movement is. And these people really do get battered around by the cultural wind shifts. Now we're in a time of heightened reaction. So you see Marxists, right? Quote unquote Marxists tacking towards social reaction. What did Lenin say? All the social...
I'm pretty sure he's just critiquing... I'm going to address the Lenin thing in a second. I'm pretty sure he's just like critiquing his fellow cuckolds who are like gaining a spark of testosterone when they hear me talk and they're being tempted by infrared. And he's trying to like deter them from that. And I don't care about those people, so have at it. But let me see what he just said. He's trying to quote Lenin.
It's really good to just tail right, because there's a lot of money and a lot of fame and a lot of stardom and followers to be had on that side of things. It's a much more dreary, toiling existence to be a principled Marxist, no matter where the broader cultural movement is. And these people really do get battered around by the cultural wind shifts. Now we're in a time of heightened reaction. So you see Marxists, right, quote unquote Marxists, tacking towards social reaction. What did Lenin say? All the social chauvinists are now Marxists. Don't laugh.
Clearly Lenin was talking about fucking attitudes towards trans people and not people's fucking position on the First World War. You know, when social democrats were voting for war credits and siding with their ruling class and siding with the institutions of the ruling class to support fucking war. No, that clearly by social chauvinism, Lenin was talking about when people are culturally too machismo and too unwelcoming of LGBT people. You stupid fuck. You think social chauvinism is when we slap around little cuck bitches like you? No, that's just called life, bitch. That's called the animal kingdom, bitch. Social chauvinism isn't when you get flushed down the toilet in fucking high school because you're a fucking nerdy little cuck. Social chauvinism is when people betrayed the independent working class party and working class political independence and became cuckolds for the fucking bourgeoisie supporting the war effort, just like you're doing when you slander and smear Russia on behalf of NATO and you ally with NATO Ukrainian bitch fucks against us. Now that is social chauvinism. Social chauvinism is when you talk your shit about China and Russia and Iran, fueling the fucking war effort of the US unipolar imperialist machine. That's what it means. It don't mean when you're fucking being mean to little innocent little mice like yourself. You're just projecting your own emotions on Lenin. Lenin would think you're the biggest bitch in the world. Lenin would hate you. Lenin isn't the defender of fucking cuckold glasses-wearing bitches like you. When you think by social chauvinism, he was talking about trans people? You think by social chauvinism, he was talking about our views about George Soros? You think by chauvinism, he was talking about men who go to the fucking gym, you fucking idiot? You think that's what he meant? You think he meant people who sound like me instead of you? When Lenin was saying chauvinism, he meant people who sound like Haas. Yo, I'm Haas. I have my nuts hanging. Fuck you, suck my dick. Instead of talking like me. I really just think that we all need to have really low testosterone. You think that's what he meant? You really think that's what he meant?
Because they are buffeted by the winds of what's popular.
No, you are. You are, because we don't get a guarantee for what we fucking do. You do. We have to take a risk in terms of how we're going to be received. You aren't. You don't. By the way, we're not just anti-woke in a common way. We have an independent and actually original explanation for wokeness, meaning we're anti-woke in a unique way. That's going to be a risk. There's no guarantee for that. There's no guarantee for being anti-woke in the specific way that we are. When we say, Kim Jong-un is based and fucking, Lena Dunham is cringe or some shit. That specific cultural matrix we have. Yeah, you're saying, oh, you're just tailing behind people. Meanwhile, if you're a fucking 50 viewer account on Twitter and you attack infrared, you can get tweets up to 10,000 likes. Who the fuck is tailing behind who? You bankrupt bitch. What a fucking joke. If you attack infrared, look at Geoff Young in Kentucky.
Just for attacking infrared, he gets wildly popular. But when that happens, that's because of principled comrades coming together to take down the Patsock meanies. But when we can win people over, we're just tailing behind trends and being fashionable. What a fucking hypocritical piece of shit you are. Fucking liar.
I'm
sick of this shit. One's if we've heard enough. We don't even need to listen to the rest. I've heard enough. Yeah, we've heard enough. Don't even need this stupid bullshit. Now let's check out the Kanye interviews. Wow. So this is the Kanye West Tucker Carlson interview, and I'm so excited for this. And we're gonna watch right now.
Welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Kanye West, now known as Ye, is one of the best-selling musical artists in the world. He has also in recent years become a celebrated and very highly paid fashion designer. And of course, for a decade, he was well known to TV audiences as an in-law of the Kardashian family. But it's West's latest incarnation as a kind of Christian evangelist that brought us to his office in Los Angeles today for the interview you're about to see. Days ago, during Fashion Week in Paris, West, accompanied by his friend Candace Owens, unveiled a T-shirt that read simply, "White Lives Matter." The response from the fashion industry and international media was instantaneous and uniform. Shock, horror, rage. "There is no excuse for this," thundered the New York Times. "West is legitimizing extremism," shrieked Rolling Stone, etc., etc. What was strikingly missing from the coverage, however, was any explanation for why West did this. What was the T-shirt about? No one seemed to think to ask him, much less to listen to what he had to say. Instead, the enemies of his ideas dismissed West, as they have for years, as mentally ill. Too crazy to take seriously. Look away, ignore him. He's a mental patient. There's nothing to see here. But is West crazy? You can judge for yourself as you watch what we're about to show you.
I didn't know he could grow a beard. Good for him.
He has his own ideas, we can say that.
It's such a based fucking... I did not know he could grow one.
That creative people tend to. That's why they're artists, not actuaries. His free-form social media posts give the impression of a man channeling his rawest emotions right onto Instagram. The effect can be jarring and is often used as ammunition against him in the battle for influence over the minds of America's young people, and that battle is intense. But crazy? That was not our conclusion. In fact, we've rarely heard a man speak so honestly and so movingly about what he believes. But again, you can judge for yourself. Here it is. So you just came from Paris Fashion Week. You just landed, and you have a lanyard still on from it, and there's a photograph on it. What is that?
It's a photograph of a baby's ultrasound.
Why is that? And that you designed that?
Yes.
Why? What does that mean?
It just represents life. I'm pro-life.
Boy, so you wear it on a badge. What kind of response do you get? And good, amen, I agree.
I don't care about people's responses. I care about the fact that there's more black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of black death in America is abortion. So I really don't care about people's responses. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
I'm starting to see why they want to make you be quiet. When did you start to feel this way? When did you start to realize this?
I really felt like, I think I started to really feel this need to express myself on another level when Trump was running for office, and I liked him.
Yes.
And every single person in Hollywood, from my ex-wife to my mother-in-law to my manager at that time to, you know, my so-called friends / handlers around me, told me, like, if I said that I liked Trump, that my career would be over, that my life would be over. They said stuff like people get killed for wearing a hat like that. They threatened my life. They basically said that I would be killed for wearing the hat. I had someone call me last night and said anybody wearing a White Lives Matter shirt is going to be green lit, and that means that they're going to beat them up if they wear it. And I'm like, okay, green light me then. God builds warriors in a different way. I don't know if it's because of me being born in Atlanta and growing up on the south side of Chicago that, he made me for such a time like this. It's like with David, he tended to the sheep, but while he was out there, he had to fight all kinds of animals. So when it was time for Goliath to come, he thought because he was a sheep herder that he didn't have the skill set to take down Goliath. And the thing that I have is the position, I have my heart, but the number one thing is we have God on our side. And for the people, even if you don't believe in God, God believes in you.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter t-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
I do certain things from a feeling. I just channel the energy. It just feels right. It's using a gut instinct, a connection with God, and just brilliance. As if you ask Tanya Harding how she did the triple flip or the triple spin, she was in so much practice that when it was time for her to skate in a competitive format, it just happened. It happened outside of practice. It happened in the real format, and that's what's happening. Is God is preparing us for the real battles, and we are in a battle with the media. The majority of the media has a godless agenda, and the jokes in that work, and this whole oh yeah, he's crazy and all these things, they don't work because the media has, they've also watched travesties happen.
Yo, where can I get the 38-minute interview? Because I thought that was gonna be in this interview. I didn't know there's more. I thought this was it. Let me see if I can get that. So Kanye interview. Cause yeah, he calls. Oh, that's so fucking crazy. Okay, give me a second. Kanye West full interview Tucker. I cannot find it. Where do I find that? Actually, I think I know where I can find it. Possibly. Let me go to my history. Library. History. See all. Okay, so I'm gonna get what Jackson sent to me. Okay, so Jackson sent me this full Tucker segment. Under the channel Fox News Trump. Okay, hold on, give me a second. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Okay, give me a second. Gotta copy it. Share, copy link. Copy link, and then put in my Discord. Private mod chat. There. Alright, it's in there. Oh, what a headache. Alright, now we got it. Gotta open it up. Here it is. Perfect.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Kanye West, now known as Ye, is one of the best-selling musical artists in the world. He has also in recent years become a celebrated and very highly paid fashion designer. And of course, for a decade, he was well known to TV audiences as the in-law of the Kardashian family. But it's West's latest incarnation as
Let's go to the Trump
Christian.
part.
Who are those people exactly? Well, we asked him, and he told us. That's next.
because the media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal when it's actually
Oh my god.
unhealthy.
Should we start from the beginning?
Bill's worried.
Let's just start from the beginning because like there's so much here I don't want to miss it. But let's do
In
faster.
the world. He's also crazy to take seriously. Look away, ignore him.
Aborted than born in New York City.
Conclusion. Man channeling nothing to see here. Man channeling his rawest emotions right onto Instagram. The effect can be
My so-called friends / handlers around me told me.
Where did we leave off? We left off at 5:49. Just about, right?
And just watch it and act like it was. Just even specifically to me. And just watch it and act
Okay,
like
we left off right here.
it wasn't happening. And they stayed quiet about it.
What if they?
I want to answer the white. Yeah. I feel like someone caught what I was saying, the comparison to Tanya Hardin about the White Lives Matter. You know, my dad is an educated ex-Black Panther, and he put a text to me today. He said, "White Lives Matter, ha 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 ha." And I said, I thought the shirt was a funny shirt. I thought the idea of me wearing it was funny. And I said, "Dad, what do you think it was funny?" He said, just a Black man stating the obvious. Yeah. And, you know, my dad doesn't listen to rap music, and he's like super educated. We opened up a water distribution center in the Dominican Republic together. He's like the original Steve Jobs, but he was getting blocked every which way with all of his ideas, and he didn't have an endless bank account, and he didn't have an Instagram. So all these ideas, he had to like take them back and compress them. Like, my dad is the most brilliant person that I know, and we actually have a strained relationship because I was taken from him, because my mom was an actress, so she was a liberal, and my dad would see certain things and say, you know, we should do it this way, we should do it that way, and the people got around my mom and pulled her away. Much like, you know, Kim is a Christian, but she has people who want her to go to Interview magazine and put her ass out while she's a 40-something-year-old multi-billionaire with 4 Black children.
Yo,
And this
thank
is
you.
what-
He is a
how fashion
revolutionary
wants
without a
to-
movement. He is a MAGA communist in content but not form.
Thank you so much, Red South. And you know, I just have the slightest feeling that if Kanye was made aware of the MAGA communism movement, I think he would be on board. I have the slightest feeling, right? I just have this inkling suspicion that that's the case.
How they want to present her. So I know you give these questions, and I give you like these 3-part answers. Is this a cool format for you?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, cool.
And I am following it.
All right.
So you said that your father said when he saw the shirt White Lives Matter, it's great to see a Black man stating the obvious. So by which I think you meant that's obviously true.
Yeah, that's my favorite response, because I kept on thinking, like, you know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Yeah. Why do
You know, a few years ago, I would have been the type of guy who's like, "Oh no, it's the wrong message," because it's like it's trying to knock on Black people's stuff, and it's like not good. But after thinking more about how ordinary people think of this, like those Trump people I talked to at the rally, those are white people. Yeah, white lives matter. Those people do matter. And yeah, they're white, you know? When you think of it that way, it's like you would never even second guess it, right? Of course they matter. Those are the white lives. It's the people I interviewed. They're white. The people dealing with fentanyl are white. People say, "Oh, white lives matter? Then why this country was made for white people." Was it made for all the people dying of fentanyl overdoses? Was it made for all the people that lost their jobs and livelihoods? I don't think it is. And then they'll be like, well, that's not because they're white. Yeah, you're right, it's not. But they still are white. You know? And here's why we have to say white lives matter, is because people have this assumption. This is why you have to say it. Because those people are being left behind. Because they don't matter, apparently, because they're white. This is why, because these people are ignored just because they're white. And you want to know why? There is some aspect of white privilege, but it's mainly because the white liberals don't need assistance. The white liberals don't need the help. So they just have a privilege theory and they're like, okay, I don't want to be outright narcissistic, so I'm so selfless as a white liberal that Black Lives Matter, Brown Lives Matter, I'm so selfless. But meanwhile, you have all of these white people who are white suffering. Nobody gives a fuck about them. Right? That's how I see it.
Why do you think that's so...
Oh, how selfless of you to speak on behalf of all white people, liberal. The thing is, you're not white people. The majority of white people are working people, aren't they? So you're not their representative. So you don't have a right to talk about white privilege, because the real privilege is the one you have at the expense of white workers. Oh, you didn't think of it that way now, did you? The real privilege is the liberal sitting in fucking Hollywood or West Hollywood, wherever the fuck, in their $1 million mansions, like Carlos Matza, who's a billionaire, by the way. That's the real privilege. The people that I interviewed at the MAGA riot, that's not privilege. You know what I mean?
And I assume the implication is, of course, all lives matter because they're lives, because God created them.
Yeah.
Why do you think that that would be considered controversial?
Because the same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black and the vernacular that we're supposed to have. My dad grew up as a military brat, and his family moved around, but they were based mostly in Delaware. And at the time, if they weren't the only black family, they were one of the few. And he would be discriminated against because he was black. So by the time he got into college, he would be discriminated against. He went to a black college, he would be discriminated against because they said he talked too white.
Yes.
And then he played the kick drum in the band. So when he would go to the club and the music was playing, where would he clap his hands? Where the kick drum is.
Yeah.
So it's the opposite of where everyone else was clapping their hands. And this is the most elegant and tasteful person that I know. And when my mom, when the schools suggested, like the herding systems, because what they do is take the black community and they separate us, and they separate the families, and the educated, they push this, need for higher education, and us as blacks, we discriminate against each other and say, well, I got my PhD and you don't have your PhD, so I'm better than you. And so my mom, she had a PhD, and she was influenced to move to the south side of Chicago and take this job at Chicago State University. And she told my dad, if you come for us, you'll never see him again. Because, the media ridiculed me for getting the house next door to Kim to see my children.
Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
based.
White has dual meaning. One is the Anglo-American elites, the other is the aggregate person who was a part of that system until 50 years ago when austerity removed them. Kanye means the latter.
Yo, I heard that, but I missed it. Let me see. Thank you so much, man. Chris Morlock. Thank you so much. White has a dual meaning. One is the Anglo elites, the other is the aggregate person who's part of that system. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I really agree with that splitting, you know? Because it's so arrogant to say, well, like put it this way, right? Imagine if you're like some millionaire in West Hollywood and you're white and you're like, I surrender my privilege as a white person. I'm sorry. And then there's like these white communities dying of fentanyl overdoses. What fucking right do you have to speak on behalf of anyone, you know? Trying to say white privilege don't really get you that far when you're dying of overdosing on fentanyl, you know?
And they even said that I was stalking her and her new boyfriend because I bought the house next door to see my children. And that's how I knew that my mom had said that to him. I said, Dad, you know, they moved us to one of the most agreed upon to be one of the most dangerous places in the world. It's almost like they tried to kill me or something. I said, Dad, why'd you never come to get us? And that's when he told me that she was told that. You know, there's so many things that are put in Kim's head. You know, they bring influencers, like no one ever knew where Corey Gamble came from. No one in the fashion world knows where Gabby came from. These people were practically made in a laboratory.
Jesus fucking Christ. Isn't that scary to think about? Because these are the designers and the idea people who are like shaping our fucking world, you know, with fashion. If you think about it, like, we don't think about this shit, but it's everything we take for granted. It's like we're downstream from it, right? Fashion, when you like walk outside on the street and you're looking at what people wear and what meaning all those things signify, they're doing weird shit up there, is what I'm trying to say.
My opinion. And one of the things that they're really good at doing is being nice and being likable. And what they do is, for people that have some form of influence, whether it's an educated black woman like my mother that became the head of the English department at Chicago State University, or whether it's the most influential white woman on the planet, being my ex-wife, they have people that are around them at all times telling them what to be afraid of. It's like not what to do or say specifically, it's what to be afraid of. And if you have a person that isn't afraid of them, you know, like a Russell Brand or Candace Owens.
Wow, he said Russell Brand. Wow. Wow. He said Russell Brand.
That's right. It's not that we have to agree with this, but
they're not afraid.
They're not afraid to state what their opinion is.
Yes.
No one is God, and everyone has an opinion.
So a conversation like this is a window into a world that you don't see. So if you're familiar with West from the media, you think of him as an individual man. What you don't think about is that he is at the center of a battle, and people like him are at the center of a battle to get a message out. Mouthed by the lips of influencers like him and so many others, that extends a storyline on behalf of, well, in this case, the status quo. So there are a lot of people vying to make certain that people like him say the right things. And the consequences for not doing that are very severe. So for him to come out and say all lives matter, obviously, is a huge threat to a lot of people. Who are those people exactly? Well, we asked him, and he told us. That's next. If the average person goes on social media and expresses unapproved thoughts, it's a problem for the people in charge. And if you keep doing it, they will silence you, and that has happened to countless people. We've interviewed a lot of them on this show. But if you were to have, say, 18 million followers on Instagram and express unapproved thoughts, that wouldn't just be a problem for the people in charge. It would be a flat-out emergency. You are not reading the script, and you might lead others astray. You're an apostate. You are dangerous. You're a witch. And that's effectively where the artist formerly known as Kanye West, now called Ye West, finds himself tonight. He will not be controlled. In fact, in one of the most poignant moments in our exchange, which we'll show you in a moment, he was shocked to discover that after becoming one of the most successful and richest people in the country, he still wasn't free to say what he thought. And that changed his life, that realization. More of our conversation with West now.
There's a group mob. It's like liberal Nazis.
There it is. I've always said that. And people laugh and say, oh, it's literally like that. Here we go.
That will go up and attack you. Like I said, everyone's like, Anna Wintour's your friend. I'm like, this Gabby girl and Gigi and these people, they would have never said anything negative unless they got the okay from Condé Nast, unless they got the okay from Anna. They would have never got the okay.
It's like he knows all of this shit. He knows how the celebrities get controlled. He knows,
to comment. Like, let's just talk about specifically.
So these are people who are attacking you for your t-shirt.
Well, it was a setup. It started off as them having this black girl comment and say, well, I felt traumatized when I saw this t-shirt. It's like this, a black girl saying, I felt traumatized when I saw a black man wearing something that he wasn't allowed to wear. It's like in Django when Jamie Foxx is on top of a horse and Samuel Jackson's like, that black guy's not supposed to be on top of the horse. Okay. And then I went and said, hey, I don't like your boots. I know Anna Wintour doesn't like your boots and you're not a fashion person. And then people started to say I was a bully, but it was a setup. And they finally got it, right? Because I eliminated the BLM officer at Adidas. And then I got out of the Gap deal. And just one by one, I've been winning these battles, right? And they thought they had me. They had the idea that Ye was bullying, what I think the liberal term is a body goals black woman. Now let's talk about Gabby and my good friend Lizzo.
A body what? What is that?
Lizzo works with my trainer, a friend of mine, Harley Pasternak. When Lizzo loses 10 pounds and announces it, the bots, that's a term for people like, it's like telemarketer callers, like on Instagram, they attack her for losing weight because
I think he meant the troll farms, which is a very real thing.
Media wants to put out a perception that being overweight is the new goal when it's
don't you notice that too?
Actually unhealthy. Yes. Let's get aside the fact of whether it's fashion and Vogue, which is not. Let's just, or if someone thinks it's attractive, to each his own. It's actually clinically unhealthy, and for people to promote that. it's demonic. You know.
What can I ask?
Yeah.
I've noticed this also.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would want to promote unhealthiness among the population?
It's a genocide of the black race. They want to kill us in any way they can. Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics, with the KKK, and I believe that if we saw ourselves as a people and not a race, then we would treat our people better. Like if you go to a Jewish person and you say a race, it almost gets confusing. They'll cut you off quickly and say, we're not a race, we're a people. Well, our people are supposed to just say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Okay, well, what about, do you own the land that you're living in?
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? See, he did. He knows, okay? He knows.
Do you own, is the contract even in a language that's even possibly understandable?
Right.
You know, for your heritage, you know, and in America, we as blacks will like down each other on how good we speak, but we're speaking English. There's nothing whiter than English. We're not in our native tongue, actually. So we judge each other on white goal lines, not based on exactly what our culture is based on.
So you can agree or you can disagree, but it's pretty clear that what you just heard is not the approved script. And famous people must read from the approved script, or else the whole system.
Thank you so much, Jan R. Appreciate you, man. This interview gets very based, though, is what I heard.
And West had a very strong gut reaction to Trump that was very positive, and the people around him were panicked by this. The last thing you could have is one of the most popular pop culture figures in America coming out for Donald Trump. So they applied intense pressure to get him back on the script, and apparently his wife was part of that, his former wife, Kim Kardashian, who West now learns had a very close relationship with the Clintons and people around the Clintons. He had no idea. His relationship with Trump, on the other hand, flourished, and he got a window into the people around Trump. And in this clip, you'll hear him assess what...
You guys know the Clintons' logic, right? Clinton basically was thinking, okay, if Kanye West starts wearing the Trump hat, a lot of the black vote might go to Trump. And they're like, that's a problem. Why is it a problem? Because Trump is controlled by Russia, and Trump is undermining our democracy, and Russia. So they don't give a fuck about black people. What they care about is fighting Russia. They don't give a shit about black people, right? It's not like they're saying, oh, that'll be bad for black people if they get the black vote. They don't give a fuck about black people. What they're scared of, see, the same FBI that raided Trump raided the Uhuru guys because they had ties to Russia. So they don't give a fuck about black people. What terrifies them is Russia.
What happened inside the White House? Very interesting. Watch.
It was interesting. A friend of mine told me that Chris and Kim had called him because he had influence inside of the black community and had called him to say, to get him to influence people to take the vaccination. Mm-hmm. And I don't have opinion on that. I just want to state that as a flat statement. But it was wild that I didn't know how close my own wife was to the Clintons. I didn't know, I didn't realize it at the time.
That you were married to her?
And I was married to her.
How close was she to the Clintons?
I mean, cell phone away, or hey, tell Ye to say this away, or hey, go out and use your platform to push the vaccination away. I mean, not away, but like.
Oh my, yo, this is wow.
The away part, but
do you feel like at times you were manipulated?
You know, I think Kanye was living that movie Total Recall, where he has the false memories planted in his head that, oh, this is his wife and everything. And the whole time it was all fake, and she was an agent.
Manipulated by political forces through your wife?
Attempt manipulation. But yes, there was some manipulation. Me not saying I like Trump was a form of a manipulation.
For sure.
Yeah.
Why did you like him, by the way? You said you liked him early, like you saw him.
I mean, I keep telling this joke. If people say Trump was the first black president, I'm going to be the first Latino president, because all the values, the conservative values just line up. Come on, man, Trump's the What do you mean? He has his own buildings. What are you talking about? He's like, like Ralph Lauren. Yeah, he made Ivanka.
You like Ivanka?
Yeah.
You wrote a post on Instagram about her husband today.
Yeah, you know, I had a dinner with Ivanka, Jared, and Josh. And a couple days later, I found out that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims, which is a line that I had developed with Kim. And I had a lot of issues with the imagery of Skims. I felt like there's a lot of imagery that was overly sexualized and things that I wouldn't want to see my wife and definitely not my daughters doing in the future in order to sell product. But it reaches another level when it's like, okay, well, this is what my wife is doing, and this is what she's doing for our children. But it reaches another level when her business partners are selling pieces of the company that they don't have to, because the company's already so successful and it's an internet-based company. So it's like they're really just selling off the company in order to create more relationships for themselves that are unneeded. It's like when I went to the Gap and with our release, they just like, they shoveled it out. I'm very cautious with my words. I'm really big on being able to have an adult conversation in front of the children. So I don't use explicit language in interviews especially. So I found out after this dinner that Josh Kushner had 10% of Skims and I had 5% of Skims. And regardless if, Josh Kushner figured out how to put $150 million, I'm sure it wasn't out of his own account, but $150 million, and I'm sure Jared still has a piece of that fund. Regardless of them putting that money in, for me to have been an owner in it and not known, just from a place as a creative where Skims is so based on a lot of the Yeezy ideas, then it's based on all of the relationships in fashion, because I had to use my relationships in fashion in order to establish Kim in a way where fashionable people would say, hey, I'm down to wear Kim's line. And these VCs, they come in and they get a piece of it after the fact, and they run around and say they have ownership in it. So as I put on my Instagram, which, luckily for everyone, they could just write it off that, I'm crazy until they see my disposition in this interview, and then it's going to get scary.
Yo, he's got a beard too and shit. I love this guy. This guy is so fucking based. He's got a beard. And he's, oh my God.
I said, hey Josh, what if I had 10% of Carly Kloss's lingerie, shapewear, swimsuit line, and you have 5% of it, and you didn't know? How would that make you feel? And then after talking to them and really sitting with Jared and sitting with Josh and finding out other pieces of information, I was like, wow, these guys might have really been holding Trump back.
Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god, bruh. Yo, okay, we're here. Let's go. Let's go. There it is. He's fully on board, all right? This is what MAGA communism is. That's what it is. It's that. It's that. You see what I mean? Oh my god. What the fuck? This is Chairman, yeah, this is Chairman Yi, okay? This is, woo. Wow. Just wow. I mean, even fucking Tucker won't say that. Who the fuck says that? Even fucking Steve Bannon is too scared to say that shit. Yeah, people ask us, "Oh, are you with the Bannon people?" No, we're with the Kanye people. Okay.
And being very much a handler, right then, they love to just look at me or look at Trump like we're so crazy and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things that Jared, somehow doesn't get enough credit for with his work. And what is it? His work in Israel or his work in Palestine? What is this? You know where he...
Yo, no, man. Yo!
He made these peace treaties. Where was that? Do you know the facts on this right here? So I'm like...
I think that was treated...
You see Tucker's face? Tucker's like... What? Yo, what the fuck?
Israel and some of the Arab nations.
I just think it was to make money. I don't know. Is that too heavy-handed to put on this platform?
No, that's your opinion. We're not in the censorship business.
Okay, thank you. And I just think that that's what they're about, is making money. I don't think that they have the ability to make anything on their own. I think they were born into money. And for me, as a maverick and a talent and a person that's been, beat, kicked, lost everything, said to have lost my mind, went from pull myself up by my boots don't have straps on them, but I say pull myself up from my boots to becoming a multi-billionaire that gets the price every year of my net worth goes down every year on Forbes. They just keep on slowly just taking it down every year. It's like really a weird thing. But as a person that has really built something from nothing, when I sit across the table from a Josh Kushner and he just feels so entitled to that idea, and this person has never brought anything of value other than so-called being a good venture capitalist, I have a major issue with that. And it makes me feel like they weren't serving my boy, Trump, the way we could have, because, Trump wanted nothing but the best for this country. And it doesn't, Moses stuttered. And saying God is not always going to bring the most perfect personality. A lot of times, the most fake people, their job is talking and making people feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And the realest people are going to make you feel uncomfortable at first.
Guess who can relate to that? Now guess who can relate to that?
Yeah, that's not shallow. And it's also not crazy. It's true, whether you agree with it or not. So, claims every day, all year long. Is he crazy? As you try to assess that, ask, is what you just heard over the past 40 minutes any crazier than what you see on television every day? The lies, the lunacy presented to you with a straight face?
Power is through God. So if someone ever says anything like, oh, you did a great job, it's praise God. It's funny.
That's how Khabib thinks. That's how every fucking champion thinks. What a beautiful mentality.
Atheists love the term narcissist when you believe in yourself.
Right.
They say that it's narcissistic. You know, I love the dynamic of how you compare, you show that there's still humanity even with the position that God has placed me in. Why did Moses smite the rock? Why did he get that frustrated? And just to be able to be gentle, to be more gentle. You know, God is alive. Look at this right here. Look at how quiet it is right now. It's only God. God is of order. The devil is of chaos.
That's true.
You know, we are. I wanna talk about my potential run for 2024 and Trump's potential run for 2024 and the beloved DeSantis potential run for 2024 and Mayor Suarez potential run for 2024. And, you know, they thought Trump was a joke. For older white people...
I hope he was being sarcastic with the beloved DeSantis stuff.
They're quick to classify a black person only by the fact that we're black. Even Trump, a person that's, you know, we'd consider to be a friend of mine, when I went to the White House, I called him after that to get A$AP Rocky out of jail. And one of the things he said to me is, you know, Kanye, you're my friend. When you came to the White House, my black approval rating went up 40%.
I think that's just Trump's I think that's just his like personality, you know? He's very frank when it comes to like self-interest.
And for politicians, all black people are worth is an approval rating. The Democrats feel that they don't owe us anything, and Republicans feel that they don't owe us anything.
Based that he said that he's going after both of them. He's going after both parties. Two-party scam.
Blacks have never demanded something for our vote. And that's something I talked to Ice Cube about. What are we asking for? How do we change?
No, I'm not on Facebook. So if anyone's on Facebook pretending to be me, that's not. What are you saying? Why are you asking that? I'm not on Facebook. No.
Our life. If all of our organizations and all
I
of
will
our
never be on Facebook ever. Let that be known.
Colleges and even our title as black was made by white people. All of our all of our jobs and Black Wall Street, Harlem after gentrification. There's never been.
Oh, that's this guy. That's not me. That's him. That's the guy in this video that's recording the video.
Fully black-owned community where we have all the municipalities, things that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. We need that. It's like 90% of America is not even developed. I'm not one of the people that go up and
I'm
say,
genuinely worried they
hey,
will
I
try
want
and
to
kill
stop
you for
anybody
saying
from...
this stuff and being this influential.
Yeah. That's a definite strong possibility.
Making money. The people that make money and the powers that be, I am your true Nikola Tesla. And I'm not even a scientist.
What do you think of Elon Musk? Do you know him?
Very well.
What's your take on him?
You said that because I said Tesla?
I did, yeah. It's just the first thing that popped.
And that everyone's always like, oh, Elon's got these answers. I think he's a great team player.
And there's a lot more to come. A lot more. And we address.
Did he say unleash the productive forces? No, he didn't. Where did he say that?
Nikola Tesla. Of America is not even developed. I'm not one of the people that go up and say, hey, I want to stop anybody from making money. The people that make money and the powers that be, I am your true Nikola Tesla. And I'm not even a scientist.
What do you think of Elon Musk? Do you know him?
Very well. Anderson talks about. We need that. It's like 90% of America is not even developed. I'm not one of the people that go up.
All right, he said it indirectly. You guys are jerking me around a little bit. Anyway, guys, we had a beautiful stream today, didn't we? We're gonna have a beautiful stream tomorrow as well. You know, we're gonna keep having beautiful, beautiful streams. What an amazing stream. Honest to God, what an amazing stream. And it's not even been that long. It's only been 4 hours and 21 minutes. I thought this was a 6-hour stream. I thought this was 6 hours, and I would make it 6 hours if I didn't have places to be and things to do. But I went past the time I thought I would. I didn't expect the stream to be this long even. But it was worth it to me. Because you guys are worth it. No, in all seriousness, great stream. There's one aspect of the stream I really didn't like, though. Well, first of all, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Great stream. But there's one aspect of the stream I didn't really like, though. And what I really didn't like about today's stream